I figured out how I can. Now I'm starting to understand this lighting business. There was shadow here, and I turned on that light. I turned it all the way down because it's bright, and I directed it towards that shadow, and boom! I mean, I think I could. Is it over here? I don't know. Let me see. I think I'm getting better at this lighting. I'm telling you, y'all gonna need to hire me as a stagehand. I'm gonna have to like work your lightings for you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I'm getting really great at staging. Let me see what it looks like. It says waiting for the stream. Oh, yeah. The lighting's great. I did a great job. And the light's not directly on me. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I cleared that. I did a great job at that. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, so I'm on, and oh my gosh, you all. Whew, these prophecies, like I said, I say it, and next day, ICC have already moved with their conviction. They're already convicting. Yes. We were talking about what they were like, the warrant. Now they are already like speedily, like what they call it, accelerated judgment. Mm-hmm. And I told you, like within hours, I predicted like within hours it happens. So crazy. So crazy. Um, and Zelensky is doing amazing. Oh my gosh. I mean, the justice is being handed down. It says the ICC indictments could have been avoided. We talked about that. We just talked about that. I was like, it was just a little bit of wisdom from only but the eldest and the most wisest leaders, and superpowers. They're powers of the world, and all they do was offering wisdom. And this is, if you don't know, this is to Prime Minister uh, uh, Nahu. I know I pronounced his name incorrectly. Netanyahu. Uh, Netanyahu. And Yoav Gallant could have been avoided. Wisdom. I was like, I thought about this, and oh my gosh, within hours. That's what I'm talking about. My psychic predictions, prophecies, like it didn't take years, month. No, it was like I had just did that live. That's so crazy. And I mean, when we were having the conversation, it was like we knew where they were going, but like that was fast. That was so fast. We were thinking like, okay, they got an arrest. Now come prove yourself. And then it was like, oh no, we're like they're already moving forward with this. But anyway, I wanted to read 3 articles. The first one I'm going to read is, um, I got visions. I believe that the Ukrainian president uh, Vladimir Zelensky. I believe he's chosen by the gods to champion. I think he's a champion. I think the gods like him. He is a champ. He is a champion, and yeah, I like him. He's a great representative of the gods. It says that let's see, what's the headline? Oh yeah, we gotta get credit where credit's due. This is from the story by Alexandra Zembo. It says Wagner. Hold on. Ukraine ready to share experience of destroying Wagner militants with Africa. Zelensky. He's gonna help out the Africans. Zelensky. I knew that's why I said, Zelensky, be my new Jerusalem. Now he is Jewish, by the way. But he's raised Jewish, but he's Ukrainian. But there you go. It says Ukraine is ready to share its experience with Africa, in particular to share knowledge on the destruction of the Wagner militants, states Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. Ukraine can offer what it has, where it is the undisputed leader. He's a champion. Sound like an undisputed champion, heavyweight. It says food security is not the only thing we have, right? Because remember, I said that Venus would have Ukraine's grain just flowing out of their ears. Because it's Ukraine, Venus is connected with the love of Mars, highly fertile. And Mars, in ancient times, actually, Mars himself is born from out of herbs. I believe the good stuff. Hera wanted a son, and this is by way Mars happens. And I believe that, in other words, yeah, she was brought the good stuff, and then Mars was born from it. And so he represents like the farmers, people who farm and establish their land. And then he goes on, like the farmers would need to protect their land, what they farmed and what they built. They would need to protect that. That's when he becomes war. Right. And then Venus, of course, fertility, pleasure, all of that, the love of, yeah. So yeah, just that. Well, those are a while back. I even wrote poetry about it. And it says we have been on various missions in the countries of the African continent. Our officers and military were there, the president emphasized. He emphasized that today's experience of the Ukrainian army is definitely a completely different experience. Oh, hold on. I'm very busy today, aren't I? We'll continue this. Welcome. It's a pleasure. I'm Psychic Donald. Welcome. It's a pleasure to answer your questions today. hmm Um, well, I can detect that there may be there, what do you call it? There may be some a bit of a divide, and it may be because like if you're in let's say maybe you're heading the estate, or maybe you have more hands on the situation in terms of like like maintaining things. hmm Okay. It's something regarding the inheritance, something dealing with something financial. Once that is concluded, that's going to be a definite like separation between yourself and them, is what I can tell you. That's what I can sense it. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Yeah, they're gonna distance themselves. Right. They're gonna distance themselves over the money. It's like they got what they wanted, and then they're gonna move on. Right. He won't be able to connect. She won't. The family, they won't try to keep a connection with you. They're not gonna do that. They're gonna pull. You're gonna feel that they pulled away, and then you have to try extra hard to get close to them. Like you'll feel like you're having to reach out to them a lot. But mm, they honestly are not interested in having a continuing a connection. They'll let that cord drop to the ground. I don't mean to be so cold, but it's just is what's where it's going. That's all they really care about. Mm, mm, mm. Well, let's take a look and see what we gather here. What happens? The guide says this. Let's just see what they have here. Get the sense that um, it's a potential. It's a possibility. It is a possibility, but it seems to be something related to, like with home, something that's related centered around the home. I don't understand how that's going to work for you, but it's like home, inheritance, and money. But it's something of monetary value. You'll have the ability to have that for yourself, the value. But it's monetary and it's physical, something in its physical form is what I see. Mm, it will be yours. They'll be very comfortable with, I feel like that is something that's going to belong to you. Mm, 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 right. Mm, mm, mm. Okay. Mm. Well, and now this is a time to begin to envision what vision that you have for yourself. There you go. So what is it that you intend to do for yourself in this situation? Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not getting anything from that vibration. There's nothing coming in for me in that space. Mhm. I mean, that energy is not coming through for me. I get the sense that you should focus on something that is for yourself. You need something for you. Okay. 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 That's a start. Mm-hmm. It's good that you're going to take the trip there, that you have something planned out, mapped out for yourself to begin living life, enjoying the life that you would have it, and that you feel good, and that you're also enjoying having something to enjoy going forward. Mhm. Okay, beautiful. You have to begin mapping out how you're going to live your life going forward. You have to start living your life for yourself. And when living life, you've got to have a space where you know that you'll find happiness and joy and live life to the fullest. Because you're the one that's here. Okay. You're here. You're here and enjoying life to the fullest. And that is going to be the recommendation that you map out your plan for 2025 in the new year. This is something that you're going to be planning to be in a better space, so that in a better space going forward, that you're not going to be dragging your feet to getting back to up and at 'em again. You need to be already in motion. Live life. Live your life. Don't live your life through others. Okay, don't do that. You're welcome. A pleasure. Have a I'm a psychic. There are not. I can guarantee that there are psychic men, but I am a psychic, and if a person is psychic, don't matter if there's a woman or a man. If they are psychic, they can read for you. Yes, sure. You live life to the fullest. So that was what's recommended, and I'm not taking it back. You need to begin living life to the fullest. There's nothing we miss there. It's so direct. I know it sounds cold, but you need joy. You need joy and you need your happiness, and you deserve both of them simultaneously. Y- You des- Joy and happiness. That's right. Hmm. No, you need to be your own joy. You're going to be the star of your life, the center of your life. You're the center of the universe's focus during these dark times. These times are dark, but that because the times are dark doesn't mean that your future has to be dark and look dark. Okay, there you go. A pleasure. Right. Test read. You know, that was a test read. Before you don't be over there judging me. You're looking at making faces. He's supposed to be the light of the world. Shut up. You don't even know. You don't even know what's going on before you even start judging my eyes. Let me tell you something. That was a test read, okay? And you know, I read test reads for free, for real. Okay, so let me know. Back to what I was reading. Back to the article. So he emphasized that today's experience of the this is President Vladimir Zelensky. He emphasized that today's experience of the Ukrainian army is definitely a completely different experience. He says, he goes on to express, he's helping Africa, by the way. He says he can help Africa deal with their mercenaries, particularly the Wagner group mercenaries. He says, and quote, we know who the Wagnerites are, Wagnerites, the Wagnerites are. We know who the Wagnerites are. We know how to fight them. We know how to destroy them, he emphasized. Mercenaries in Africa. On July 27th, Tuareg rebels from the CSP PSD movement showed photos and videos of a broken column of Wagner PMC fighters in the African country of Mali. Later, it became known that the battle took place in the city of Tinzanten near the border of Mali with Algeria on July 25 and 26. Mm-hmm. Fighting off. Okay. You know I'm looking you up. Mm-hmm. Uh, it says a republic in southwestern Africa, the Mediterranean, Arabic. That's I knew that. Mm-hmm. North African, Arabic. Mm-hmm. Age of Aquarius. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Catching up with a Capricorn. Mm-hmm. All right. So that answers that question. It says, in particular, it is also known that the Tuareg rebels killed and wounded about 20 Wagnerites, and those who survived the battle were taken prisoner. It says, read more about the attack on the Wagnerites in Mali and who the Tuareg are in RBC Ukraine's article. And he goes, what else? What else? Was there any more? Anything else? Oh, he says, oh, we know how to handle them, Africa. Join our liberation. Wow. Wow. Breaking now these are the systems that are worthy to be broken down. These kinds of systems, the systems that to um, are related to Age of Capricorn systems. I'm not talking about like infrastructurals like of our beautiful U.S. No, not like that. No, not like that. Or in like world systems that are in place. I mean, the old, the old karmic, unwavering, unchanging systems that have prevailed all this time, breaking away from those that the structuring of these systems that stay and keep in place, and then breaking away from that in Age of Aquarius. First year in, this is what's going on. Okay, it says, and then this one indicates. Hold on, 1 second. I'll be right back. I gotta go check on something. Okay, I'm back. I had to make sure. I had to make sure that, like, they call him bugging. So I had to make sure that look, I did not go across the way to go get me some warm brews for it to be cold because somebody talking. No, mm-mm. Mm. Okay. Now where was I? I'm reading. Oh, this one is okay. So U.S. warns Israel against dropping detention of settlers occupied in West Bank. So what? Now this one is crazy. So this proves that okay, they are not treated like Canaanites. They're not treated like Canaanites, and they're more treated like it's like they live there and they have lived there generationally with Israel, and like this is their home. They live here. However, they are treated somewhat like this would be, I would say, like the 20s, like anything, like think of the 1950s, um, because, and then keep that in mind, 1950s America, this, have that in mind. Says that the U.S. warns Israel against dropping detention of settlers in occupied West Bank. Now let's take a look. Which I talk about the West Bank, Gaza, and all that, blah blah blah, and uh, that is discussed in the previous video. So I'm running ahead. Okay, so particularly the West Bank. Okay, focus on that. We're going to talk about Palestinians. Okay, so the Biden administration warned Israel that their decision to stop issuing administrative detention orders against Israeli settlers suspected of attacking Palestinians in the occupied West Bank could increase violence in the Palestinian territory. Two, U.S. officials hold Axios. And did you catch that? So they're no longer, so basically, citizens who are Israeli, that's in other words described as Israeli settlers, the term settlers attached speaks volumes. And because usually, like I would say it's almost like, I don't know if it's a norm thing, but we have not been allowed to say what is blatantly in our face. Um, okay, Israel is Israel. I get it. We stand with Israel. We stand with the Bible, all of that. With that said, now let's talk in real life. We cannot bypass the fact that Israel is Israel and treated like Israel, the stock of Abraham. But when they are brought in to America by the first president of the United States, that's President George Washington, he brought them in as white European. That's what we are not, the elephant in the room that we're not addressing. He made Jewish people who are coming in from Portugal, Spain, that would be Europe, to America, just as European came over to America to escape religious persecution, as they were welcoming Jewish people to come and settle in um, America and take on American citizenship, and also created amendments to protect religious freedoms, and where intolerance of, you know, uh, George Washington outlawed anti-Semitism in his Genesis of America. So he's absolutely Christian. In fact, that's what November 20, well, your Thanksgiving, he signed in his Thanksgiving would be November 26th, the last day of Thursday. This Thursday is going to be on the 28th. That's why he proclaimed it on October 3rd, because it was Christian and Jewish community coming together, and he forged covenant with them that they would be protected. Now, why do we say that? Because they have they the you got to consider they're welcomed into the lifestyle. You come in, you're going to be a free man, you're a free person, and an American citizen. So in his era and all the way leading up to now, the same benefits. They don't, I know they don't like to. We don't. They don't like to put the yoke on them, but the responsibility. You got to say, if you do have the ability, if you're empowered and the ability to exercise these privileges, to walk unchecked from the very Genesis, and but to say that that does not carry any weight is it's something that no one can no longer, I don't know if it's forget or just not talk about it out loud. But anyway, so settlers and like what they call it, what's the other word, that the catchword that they cannot escape is occupiers. That's another dirty word. Kind of sounds dirty, does it? Occupier. Like that, almost like you're occupying a space in which you don't belong. Ugh, ugh. And the courts, the ICC uses that term. Israeli settlers, makes it sound like, like people from the West coming in, settlers coming in, moving about the natives, the indigenous people or something. Yeah. So remember, we're thinking 1950s lens here. So let's say that one more time. So now, okay, so my problem with all of this is our president, Biden, tries to disseminate wisdom, or try to give wisdom, I should say, to Prime Minister Netanyahu. And Netanyahu said he's not listening to Biden, and he don't care about his billions of dollars or the annual money that he sent, or all the weapons and all the empowerment and standing next to, like, first of all, Biden and America said, yes, we stand with you, but we want you to go after specifically the ones who did it. Right now, all this, what you're doing, you're doing everything that we've done, but that we've done together, but we hadn't. We pretended you wanted to be excluded, and that's claim that you didn't benefit or that you couldn't participate. You know, you couldn't participate. Come on now, you participated. You participated and you benefited from it. So you're continuing something that we are not comfortable with. We don't participate in anymore that much, or to the extent, like we may be doing some things, like in terms of, like, certain, redlining and things like that, but what you're doing, that's like in like black and white movies. So let's take a look, let's keep reading. It says the Biden, so therefore, okay, now with that lens, the Biden administration warned Israel that their decision to stop issuing administrative detention orders against Israeli settlers suspected of attacking Palestinians in the occupied West Bank could increase violence. That means, that's kind of like saying the next door neighbor can come over and what they call it, let their hair down, if I may politely say. You know how toxic that can get. Can you imagine? Well, yes, you can imagine. It's happened to you. Your ignorant neighbor is going to put their face in your face, and you're more likely, the Palestinian. Okay, no, let's continue, because I don't want to even suggest that I'm making this up. It says why it matters. This is why it matters. Israeli security forces mostly use administrative detention against Palestinians, but the measure is also used to counter Jewish uh, terrorism against Palestinians. And it says U.S. officials said Secretary of Defense, meaning but the measure is also used to counter Jewish terrorism against Palestinians. So that means their neighbors who are like the settlers, not the people actually who are enforcers, going off and becoming vigilante. Meaning, okay, like I just feel like because of the tension in the air, I just need to stretch a little bit, go out of their way and have an encounter. And so they used to could like, okay, we're gonna put you in detention to the Jewish settler, the person who's comes over causing an issue, right? But hold on, there's more. U.S. officials said Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin pushed the Biden administration's message in a call with his counterpart, Israel Katz, on Saturday and expressed deep concern about the decision. The Pentagon and the Israeli Ministry of Defense declined to comment, meaning, like, is he trying to tell the ICC, this isn't your business, you have no jurisdiction here, and your money and everything you stand for. Okay, so driving the news. It says okay, a security agency has been using administrative detention has been using the detention, right, and to administrate it in order not to expose its sensitive intelligence sources inside extremist Jewish settlers groups. So there are, in other words, nationalists, and with Zionists, nationalists, and even along the lines of, remember, they can tap into, they're Jewish, but they can tap into, okay, they can tap into nationalists, they can also tap into white nationalists. They certainly can. Now, when you don't want to, when it's two people that don't want to no longer be in bed together, that's one thing, right? So it's not like that. Okay, the discrimination as to, wait a minute, we once upon a time owned your people. It's not this is a different type of, it's discrimination, but it's a different quality of discrimination. It's like a whole, it's a different, there's a prestige element. Right? Like, you can't, like, it's going to be very difficult to challenge a person who is European descent to take on and embody a feeling like they are like enslaved, or that their mind is in prison. And even if you say, well, Irish, you can't even do that with an Irish person. It doesn't make any sense. So, in other words, you have to look at it like this: two people domestically having a disagreement, and someone, and of course the servants around, if they're caught in between, woe to that person in between. Especially if you imagine if you would not have had any kind of, like, hey, look, I don't have to deal with either one of you, I'm out of here. So, so imagine if you couldn't do that. So it's like you go to some place close to the wall and you say absolutely still and you keep your mouth shut. That's what you would have done. That's what you would do, right? It's to be so dark. I'm sorry. But we're talking about perspectives here. So my perspective in looking through the lens, but not what they say, undermining their very real human experience, because discrimination of any kind is not right. But we're just saying that it's a different kind of, we're not, is it right? We're just understanding the not the level, but the type, under what structure of discrimination are we talking about exactly? All right. So Katz said on Friday, this is would be a representation of Israel. Katz said on Friday that he met with Shin Bet chief Ronen Bar and told him that he had decided to stop the use of administrative detentions orders against the Jewish settlers, because in the West Bank asked him to put alternative measures in place. Like, alternatively, what else can we? Let's come up with an alternative measure instead of holding them. But but why is this so important? Let's continue. The Israeli Minister of Defense said his decision was made due to serious Palestinian terror threats and unjustified international sanctions taken against the settlers. Meaning that's the ICC. Now, I'm going to go ahead and fill this in. Okay, so imagine that you have lived there all your life, and you say, and Israel says, "Oh, no, 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 the Arabs live with us and all that." Palestinians live with us. They both, yeah. And they have what we have. We share what we have. We are like, okay, I am Black American, right? I'm Black American. So my rights, I'm supposed to have the same right as another American, regardless, like white American, Latino American, Chinese American. We're just American, right? Now imagine like in the 50s where um okay, yes, you're American, like you're American, and then there are rules set in place where it's literally telling me to your face, like through the media, if I say, yeah, you're American, yes, you're American, you're Black American, right? But are you, but are you American? Well, let's test that theory. Let's test that ideology. What makes you? So that's what's going on here. The Palestinians have been living there, and there's like, well, we're Israeli, we're Israeli. But here's the thing: they say the Jewish settlers, they will no longer hold in detention, and meaning free movement, right, unchecked, and the anyone well Palestinian systematically checked, like as he described, in America, prison pipeline from school right into the prison system. So it's like a system, boom, 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 heartbeat, keeping pumping blood, vicious, dark, tainted blood into that system. Isn't that nasty? So, okay, so last piece, what Biden said, the Biden administration, now Biden's like, look, brother, we've done this, we've been there. It will yield you no good fruits in the future. You will regret it. Of course, Nahu is not listening. Like, no, well, you don't put that on us. We don't do that. That don't you don't that's not what we do. That's not us. That doesn't represent us. He's going through all that. He's like, boing, boing, not hearing it. Like, it's like, we got to break it down. Like, Nahu, you've been alongside us from the very beginning. George Washington is literally your forefather. He's literally your covenant holder. Literally. Okay. So it says the Biden administration has sanctioned several, the USA, the President of the United States, Biden administration has sanctioned several Jewish settlers and associated organizations this year. Why would they have to do that? If it was because wisdom. Biden has wisdom that Nahu's like, I don't want to hear your wisdom. I don't care about your billions. Okay, so it says, however, they do acknowledge that the President Trump taking office in less than 2 months, there is little the outgoing administration can do other than express protest in private and in public, meaning that's the tie into, so it goes, wait a minute, we're Jewish and they hate us as much as they hate anybody else. No, it's not the same type of hate. It's like the hate of your spouse. Like, I hate my ex. You thrived and in riches and things like that. There was a class discussion. It was like, because of your class, your house, but not likened unto being a literal second class or a no citizenship at all. That's just not the correct way to describe your experience. It's unfair and unjust to say that you are not associated through the wonderful benefits provided by the genesis of the United States through the first president, the founder, one of the founding fathers, the privilege there. Wow, I know it's so huge, it's hard to perceive what does that even mean? How does that even feel like, anyway, so he's saying basically, so it goes again, let's slow this down. It goes, yes, we're Jewish, okay, Jewish, nationalists, Zionist, nationalists, white nationalism, right? We can, if we align and act right, play the game, we can play the game. You can't play the game, but we can play it. We can play with white nationalists if we want to. If we want to. All we have to do is agree and not complicate the contract. That's it. So, okay. So, we're just taking a look at that. We're just updating some information. Now, that's not to say we don't stand for Israel. That no, when you stand with Palestine, because Palestinians are Israel. I talk about why that is the case, and they have ties that go all. They have 90% plus DNA tracing them to the land of Canaan. They were there um, just as Israel were there, thriving, living side by side together. DNA proves it. The Bible talks about it. So scholars in science, empirical science and technology, and genetics talk about this. So when you stand with Israel, when you stand with Palestine, you're standing up for Israel. And when you're standing up for Israel, you're standing up for Israeli Jews. You're standing up for them. But that doesn't mean that the experiences in history, especially as it translates to American history, the covenant or the bond, should be overlooked. Okay, so, and we still don't know who Canaanite actually are. It's the Canaanite connection connects Canaan connects Palestine to to Israel, to the West Bank, to Gaza, etc., and I believe it was East Israel. Okay, and Jews, they're currently in the midst. That's the story. That's the story. They go hand in hand. They are one. They are one, and not one without the other. It says, so in our minds we think, no, if anybody, regardless of what they are, whether they are going to say Jewish or considered Israeli, like Palestinian, like, no, you are Israel. You are Israel. So you go to detention. You go to detention. Isn't No, we don't get you go to detention. You can run rampant. You better not even flip anybody off. So no, that practice, I would say, is archaic. It's an archaic practice, outdated practice. And it says, and it is discriminatory. It is. That's what discrimination is. But we all, yeah. But we're looking at this great big house of Jacob, and there's infighting, and we all have opinions. That's just our opinions. It says one U.S. official said Kett's decision to stop using administrative detention orders against violent settlers is deeply deeply misguided. Another realization, unchecked realization, because this is the first time. It's kind of like the kid who comes over, who's like gets everything they want, and no one's ever, the parent never told the child, like, you're very fortunate to have what you have, but you don't need to go in the midst of other people who are less fortunate and like bang on them, like, right, like etiquette. Like, yes, I know of the privileges and powers I wield, and I'm very careful because I don't the results and the consequences that come with my actions. I'm aware of them because of my privileges, to not be what, normalities can embolden, even allowing me to equip myself to fulfill and get the results I want, even surpassing the consequences, like court, being indicted, um, ripping up the warrant issued to me in document, just rip it up. You know, like, what do you mean? I ain't coming. Oh, okay. Well, he says he will not be coming. We'll be looking into this in the future, and it's like, well, we won't be talking about this again until he's ready to talk about it. So we'll be moving on from this. You know, it's like no conversation there. So it's like, okay, that's too big for me to even imagine. So let me move on from it. I'm up here my mind's trying to wrap my mind around it, and it's beyond me. It's okay. So the last piece of this says the official added that the administrative detention was the only thing that allowed the Biden administration. So the administration detention was the only way that the Biden administration to claim Israel was doing something to prevent settler violence. Like, look, that was the only way through, which is by way of, okay, the neighbor, right, the Israeli neighbor could be held accountable through detention. That was the only thing that was assuring Biden that there's no unnecessary violence to Palestinian people. Okay, as then look, so you're going to focus on the group who we're after. You're not going to use this to, you know, dominate over the group in which you're superior over. Is that correct? Let's read on. It says, in quotes, now we can't do that anymore, the U.S. official said. Now we can't do that anymore, in quotations. Oh, it's going to be a hard one because it's a generational covenant between that was through the forefather, you know, the father and the holder of the covenant. That's President George Washington. Literally, they have to go against his wishes, but this is not just like something he just said. No, this was a covenant, which this is a blessing, and you just can't. A father's blessing over his children, or over the person who he's over. That's good, and that's not going to be easy to do. That is a generational covenant bond, not easily broken, because covenants are forged in blood. Um, okay, so it says what they're saying. It says two U.S. officials said Biden administration expects Israel to enforce the law equally against Jews and Palestinians in the West Bank. You know why? Because that is democracy, and that is what America does. It's what America would have taught you eventually, as you've been with us since the beginning of time. President George Washington, first president of the United States, who gave you citizenship. This is what you would have learned all the way here. Now we're in the first year age of Aquarius, new age. So then they say the U.S. expects that the administrative detention orders will not be used against Palestinians in the West Bank, and that all terror suspects, both Jews and Palestinians, will be arrested, prosecuted according to the same standards. And that's the end of that. My gosh. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. You Christians, you Christians and Judaic people, you're human. You're human, okay? You're human. So when does the rest of this apply? No, on a serious note, you know that what's going to happen. I mean, you giving it a go. You giving it your best try, but you know what's going to happen. You're going to circle right back to that book, the good book, in which you are founded and your imprint is in. You know, if you truly Jewish, Israel, if you're truly Israel, and if you're truly Christian, you know that you cannot escape the laws of that book, universal laws. Those laws are universal laws. Those laws and commands are universal laws. And eventually you'll come back. You'll come back. You will. You'll come back and you'll get it right and it'll be better for all. You know it will. You know it will. Hmm. Yeah. And that is the symbol that people say, yeah, 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 I heard about that. Libra, they're the balancers. They can't like make up their mind. No, they believe in that everybody on both sides should be equally judged by the same standard. That's justice. That's what they believe. They believe in balance. The balance is like a Libra could not understand why the Jewish settlers and the Palestinians who are there, they all live in there as Israeli or as Israel, and why they are judged in different standards. A Libran native would be able to understand that. I'm not saying that generally because actually, um, Nahu's other person who is actually, let me see his name, because Nahu is Virgo. His partner, who also has who has a warrant out for his arrest by the ICC, is a Libra. So we're not saying all Libras, like we're not a big, oh yeah, Libras. No, no, no. We're saying that the karmic higher awareness, what Libra represents. So we're not saying that a person who was Libran. Okay, so let's get his name right. Hold on. Uh, no, 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 no. We don't need that. I believe it's. Oh, here it is. Let's see what he says. I think I have it here. ICC. Because I know I'm going to mispronounce his name. Who are you? Let me see. Did we? Mm. Okay, 1 second. Let me see. It says I'm back on. It's showing me. Now I just needed to come back onto the. Oh, there I go. Okay, I'm back. So back to what I was saying. Actually, 1 second. It's been a nuisance. Okay, because I needed both their names. Okay, so Mr. Yov Gallant. So Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu and okay is a Virgo, and Mr. Yov Gallant, he is a Libra. So that was my point, is that it's not it's not about a actual person necessarily who is Libra, because I mean his buddy is a Libra. So not to say that Libras don't get down and dirty. They do get down and dirty. They certainly can. Hmm. Okay. So, which brings us to the title is by Alan Tao, and he says, "Oh, it's absurd. The ICC indictments could have been avoided." He says the ICC indictments could have been avoided, meaning in other words, let me put that to you this way. If President Netanyahu, excuse me, Prime Minister Netanyahu accepted the wisdom of President Biden, the ICC indictments could have been avoided. Like, these are indictments that could have been avoided had the wisdom been taken when President Biden, very wise, gave the wisdom to Prime Minister Netanyahu. So now let's read the article. All right. So in November 21st, this is 2024. So that is right now we're in Scorpio in the final, and Scorpio is only 6 degrees or 6 days, and it goes up to the 28th, and that's it. And then it's a ficus because of the dates have changed. That's important to remember because we are elevating. We're seeing the elevation of consciousness. So as so much movement is going on over the next few days, or the few days until next week is the weekend. So we won't hear about it until next week. But things should be ramping up today, Sunday. Yeah, first top of the week. Okay, over the next 3 days, 4 days, something like that. So it says November 21st, 2024. It says this decision of the International Criminal Court's pretrial chamber to issue warrants of arrest for Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant for war crimes has justifiably been met with a chorus of outrage across Israel's political spectrum. It says, yes, the decision constitutes a double standard. It ignores Israel's enormous efforts to minimize civilian harm during the Gaza war, as well as the dominant role of Hamas in sabotaging humanitarian aid and using innocent Palestinians as human shields. That's their argument. And it says claims that starvation. We already read the full document, by the way. So everything was being documented, by the way. But this is their defense. So this is someone who is more like on the defense. Okay. Claims that starvation was a meaningful method of warfare and that Israel's civilian leadership was internationally directing an attack against the civilian population are patently false. The truth is that Israel's extraordinary efforts to warn the people of Gaza prior to attack and provide safe zones produce an uncommon low civilian combatant casualty rate, far below the usual 9-to-1 ratio. It is disingenuous to claim Israel sought to starve the Palestinian people when, since the start of the war, over 22,000 trucks containing over 400,000 tons of aid were delivered to Gaza by the objective standards of humanitarian interventions, and compared to other military conflicts, Israel's efforts stand out as extremely conscientious. But here's the thing, being right. But here's the thing, in their works, they use very specific words. This would be very generic if it were in the court, because when you read the document, it said it lists very specific medical supplies. Not only that, food, and that made it unattainable, unacceptable, and they made it where the safe zones were not even utilized, but more like traps. I mean, it goes into great detail when you read what the court's findings are. And by the way, this is information that were sent to them to begin looking into this. So this is like somebody who is like a journalist who's writing, looking at everything at the surface level. But what the investigators found. Oh, by the way, remember when I mentioned about a few days ago, like a few lives before, I said there was what they call it. Is this the right? Oh yeah. Well, the Pope is even starting. It's like, the Pope, right? He's the representation of the Christ figure, right? The Christ who rises up from out of, Israel, Rome, and sets up the Church of the World, and the Pope is now supposed to represent the Christ figure in his, in his leave at the moment. And yeah, even he's like looking at Israel like, Israel, we don't do that. We don't do that, Israel. Like, so he's like wanting to open up investigation. So that means this would be religiously documented, spiritually, religiously documented that, wait a minute, and he uses the word genocide, attaching it with Israel. And also, they describe systematic murkings in the documents, and very specific and strategic mannerisms like language. And in that language, they dominate. They totally dominate. In fact, the two requests to have this tossed out, their defense was very weak, very weak. It's coming from a person like just like street argument. It's equivalent of a street argument going down. Their argument was so, their comeback was so weak. Everybody would be like on the court side, ooh, ooh, like that. That's the energy. That's how weak that the defense was. I hate to say that, but it's true. ICC like, and did it with class. I mean, we're talking about European class. I mean, like talking down, like intellectual, like talking down, like themes, every like contrast, process. Ooh, like yeah, it was pretty bad. It's pretty bad. So, but anyway, but we're for fair, and they did say that they if they do everything right, they still can come in and argue in their like uh to challenge. They're not saying that they can't you like they say innocent before proven guilty. They still have that on their side. They say you at least you have that, but you cannot ignore that this is legit. Like no, a real court. This is legit court. This is for real. This is not for fake. This isn't for laughs. This isn't for giggles. And this isn't like you telling us, oh, like who you think you is, a flip and nothing. No, 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 no. You're like, oh yeah, they can't do nothing. It's just a grump, like a bunch of people get together and and they advocate. No, this is not an avocation. For a promise of a brighter future. This is not what this is. This is like the real deal. Black robes and a mallet and all. Okay. All right. So they made it very clear. Okay, 1 second. Okay. Welcome. It's a pleasure. Psychic Donald. Welcome. A pleasure answering your questions today. Well, thank you so much. We're going to do a great job with our psychic reading. Have a great day too. Welcome. It's a pleasure. Oh, there you are. Welcome. I am Psychic Donald. Yes, how would we like to begin our journey? I know sometimes I like to ask like where your mind is at, because sometimes people write down questions for me to answer, but it's up to you how we start. I can also, of course, read around you, no problem. Okay. Mhm. Exactly, right? So let's take a look. Let's see what we gather here. So what I can pick up on is this. Well, right now it feels like there needs to be like what do you call it? No, no, no. Like something that's like is gonna like reconcile. I see some reconciling. Like something is keeping you two from acknowledging something. Like there's a bit of like it's like a mental barrier between the person and yourself. Like things that we like still need to sort out something in the mind. Like something is still in the mind that still spells out uncertainty, even though I see two together, first of all. Let's get that out of the way. I see a bond, but there also seem to be unspoken, like something's on your mind that needs to be shared with the other, one to the other. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Mm. Right. Exactly. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. I'm gonna multitask over here. I'm listening. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. Right. Right. Mm-hmm. I hear it. Yes. No, you don't. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So I did skip ahead and I'm going to follow you after your conversation because I've got everything in front of me. I can always go back to our where we started. But I want to talk about his what's going on with he and what's going on at home. They said number one that he does even though they're in the same house, he still consider them separated. That's number one. Like they're not together, if that makes sense. But I mean, I know it's a crazy when you way of thinking about things, but it happens sometimes. We know because it's established the home. They got that father, and then they separated, but they maybe in separate rooms. I don't know, but it's kind of like they're not together. They're truly not. They are truly separated. That's the definition, specific definition that they gave. But they did also say this. They said they are. He's kind of like bound to that house and separated. So the only way we can think of, well, how is he gonna? Can he correct that situation? It's like, what about his living situation? Will that ever change? When he goes off, he can begin, living his life. That right? But you have to really take charge of that. Now, this is what they also said. They said that. So the second part says, but how does he feel about her then? And is it a potential that they were trying to sort it out? The answer is no. Like he is ready to move on from that. The connection between trying to fix that or repair that it's not something that is available or easily is available as maybe it once was. It's not about it necessarily losing the spark. It's maybe about a growth and changing directions. That's what I would say. Absolutely. So then he's identified as romantically being drawn to you. And the most that he can do is to be honest. If he's honest, like, hey, I'm moving on. We are, our lives are moving in different directions. We're going to maintain, well, of course, obviously, take our responsibilities. I'll leave it there. But in other words, he does need to be honest with you that he does want this romance with you. If he is, they say that, but so he will, like, why is he distant and why is he moving on and things like that. He has to. It's kind of like he's like being honest and saying, look, this is why we're not together. This is, beyond, just being separated. Why when I'm not looking to try and work it out, because I do have other intentions. And so with you, he's letting you know that he has no intentions also of setting any of that type of a life with her while getting you to hold on with him. But he wants a. So what does he want? He wants an easy transition. I just got straight to it. He wants an easy transition. He doesn't see this as too complicated, but he does know it's a turning point, obviously, in life. And he tries not to ghost on you. He tries not to be a ghost. You know what I mean? Like disappear on you. He tries not to do that. And he definitely tries not to give the impression that he's going to be like an absentee type of, adult. This is his house and here he is absentee. He's trying not to be that guy either at the same time, but not to say that that pushes any barriers or responsibility onto the relationship he has with you, because you're right. He does have to really show you and prove to you that what he's saying is the truth, that he is looking to build something with you ultimately. Eventually, and by the way, when I say eventually, I do believe that that's what a 2025 year is going to represent. Him eventually making his move in a new direction. He'll make sure, and he'll do it right. Like in terms of closing chapters or closing the door, when he does, is he going to do it the right way? So he's not in and out of either one of your lives. The answer is yes. The answer is yes. He'll be responsible, be a dad, all that, and then close that door, and then finally that door will be closed. I know you refer to him both in the wife now, but I keep hearing I want to in the psychic world, it's his ex-wife. So eventually it's going to, oh, excuse me, they're going to, I believe they're going to actually get the divorce. They will get the divorce, and he will move on and have his own, own place, own home. I mean, or have a home, or well, have his own home, and then work towards establishing something with you. So now we need to look at, so what does that future mean for he and you? What does it mean for, yeah, okay, I just got the confirmation that they'll begin looking at divorce soon, and it will be on both of their choices. He and you will begin, the prize is that he and you will begin looking at his and your choices and your family, or the family that perhaps he'll be more likely establishing with you, and building a connection. That's what is in store for he and you. Absolutely. Yeah, he does want a life with you, but he doesn't want a life with you where his past comes back to haunt him or interfere with having a life with you. He wants to make sure that he can clear the hurdles now, which that's what he's doing at the moment. Ooh, that's a lot. Are you so patient? I'm so sorry. I need to ask you, do you have any questions or anything you'd like to add, or any ideas that come to mind? Mm-hmm. Right. Right. See that you're thinking now. You're thinking like he's thinking. You're thinking like he's thinking. That's why he has to make sure. Well, that's why he is. He is making sure that that door is closed, so that there, as you would say, no interference in the future as he's building a life with you. You're correct, and he is honest. Now he's not giving, he's not giving mailbox addresses. I'm just saying that he is definitely saying no. Seriously, like, just because we're moving on doesn't mean we there's no love here. He said no, seriously, we are going to shut the door and then finalize, and he's going to begin. They will jointly begin, going towards the divorce, and then he will make sure that that door is closed as to where, like when he is having a life with you, that there isn't his past, meaning his ex-wife, soon to be, well, will be his ex-wife, to interjecting into his and your relationship, or doing anything destructive that would cause he and you to stumble, in what you two are working on towards, like with each other, is what I see. That this is what it represents for the year 2025, though. This is what's going on. There's a lot of information. Now, that doesn't mean that he and you are not going to have activity, but there's a lot of information that's being shared with between the two of them. You know, having adult conversation about how life is going to be very different. You know, and how everybody, it's a family, but the dynamic is going to be very different, and there are changes to that's going to happen, but specifically between the husband and the wife dynamic. So that's what's being discussed as actually more apparent as we close out the month. So this week, actually, or this final week of November. Hmm. That's a lot. Hmm. Hmm. Right, right. I was dancing around that. I was right. I was just allowing you to fill in, bring in that conversation or fill in the gaps where needed. So let now we can put that additional layer, because there is a layer. I guess we should not you know, uh, pretend like the kids are not there. So when he's at this moment, speaking, right? He's speaking to the, soon to be, his ex-wife in the future, and he's also letting the children know, right, that though that there are changes that are happening dynamically between both of the adults. I mean, the meaning husband and wife, specifically. Maybe the children are, a little older, but it's just meaning that the children are still have a father, and that he's very much responsible, and that he's not, because again, he doesn't want to be the absentee father, like, well, found my new love, sorry, I'm living my life, too bad, get over it. No, he's not going to be that type of father. And also that he's going to be responsible, and and in terms of like whatever he can, how he can be supportive, though that they're not going to be together, he could still be supportive, but in a healthy way, more like structurally, to be present, and especially when it comes to the children. So that's that. So he is going to have a conversation with them, and he is very adamant that that is something he must do. He said there is no other way. There's no other answers, because he has to make sure that he closes. Again, he's going to make sure he closes the door properly and with integrity when he closes the door. Because when he closes that door, that chapter, he closes the door, the fact that he's no longer like with her, right, as her mate, if you want to, if you will. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't have a family that that he thinks of, or that he loves, meaning the children they have between them, the love that is there, that the children has come from. But at the same time, being that we're adult conversations here, that he has successfully moved on, and in a healthy way, and also she is supported, and she can move on with her life as well in a healthy way. In fact, when they go off to get the divorce, it is on both sides, with the both of them, the husband and the wife, current understanding, like, okay, no longer together, been separated, and we just want to do this, shut these door correctly, so that there's not going to be any bad blood or any kind of confusion the children may have. They understand they still got their dad, and still have the mom, obviously, and then they both can go off and be whoever they want to be with. Of course, he wants to be with you ultimately. That's where that's where he and your life begins. So in the midst of all of, like right now, right throughout November, into December, he's interacting with you. When he's when he can, he's having these types of, bring these conversations are beginning to come out into the open, and you know over there in the at the current camp is what's going on. So that's the directions in which things are taking shape. You have a question? Hmm. Right. Well, I sense at the moment there's going to be more, I would say, more of a connection because your journey doesn't really begin until as he's closing the doors. So it's the closing of these doors that will allow um, time, um, because it will be time uninterrupted, as in opposed to right now being a bit sporadic. So I would say it depends on when you say more time. It's a matter of when will there be more time, and I would say at the top of the year. It'll continue perhaps as it is, and maybe there'll be these more meaningful like times in which connections can take place to happen. But I definitely see December as more, because there's a great deal of time emphasis on conversations that are needing to be had at his camp, at least until he can come out of 2024, which he comes out of 2024 a little bit more, what they say, more balanced. And by that way, I see more time he and you share. That's really when I see that, because this would be like you said, there's this distance, and he would be in discussion of now he's ready to move on physically. I mean, right? Because it's, well, you still live at home now. You can go and now have your own home. Yeah. So yeah, that's the direction. Well, there you go. It was a pleasure answering your questions. I know I don't ask questions. I just, right. I didn't even need to, you didn't even have to give me any type of answers or questions or hints. I know. I just dived right on in. That's the way I read. Have a great day. That's what I'm supposed to do. Well, all right. Thank you for calling. That's how I define what a psychic does. I'm supposed to predict the future, and you're not supposed to tell me things. I'm supposed to tell you. All right. Well, you have my answers. Love and light. Don't embarrass. I don't like to be given. I don't like being applauded. I'm like, hey, that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to read you. Yes. I only ask if you have a question to be polite, because it's a conversation with a stranger. Like, oh, you have any questions? But I can still just go right into reading. Just give me the area. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. I speak I speak health though, like for everybody. So I don't be like, yeah, let's what do you call it? Let's what's the word? Um let's occupy somebody else's house, another family's house. No, 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 no. I don't do that. I'm like, yeah, the X is gonna be fine. The X will yeah, I speak very positive on sides. I'm like, everybody, first of all, is there's a blessing for everybody, so yeah, it happens. And before people start judging, first of all, even the Bible talks about when it's time to get a divorce. Okay, and that's both the woman and the man. Sometimes it's for the woman to get the divorce, sometimes it's the man to get the divorce. That's even in the Bible, and it's spiritual too. So that's true spirituality. It's not spiritual to stay in something that you're not happy in. That includes a marriage, especially a marriage. Hmm. Especially. So no, so psychics aren't over. Well, a psychic, am over here breaking up households. The adult way of stating that is two consenting adults decided to applicantly split with, and even divorce with their spouse. And they don't need my assistance for that. They need a lawyer. Okay, so shh. Hmm. Make sure these are shuffled nice and smooth. Where was I? It says, oh yeah, we're reading, what's the name of this article? ICC, how the indictments could have been avoided. Okay, hold on. It says, but here's the thing, being right really is not enough. After a year of relentless warfare and national trauma, Israeli leader needs to be smart, and Israel's current government has fallen short. Okay. It says, reading the ICC's ruling and the prosecution's submissions, one doesn't need to be an expert in international law to realize that with even a thimbleful of prudence and humility, Israel could have prevented the present outcome. There's a reality check. So, okay, so you don't even have to be into the international law and all that. They said, or with even a thimbleful of prudence and humility. Exactly. Prime Minister Netanyahu is not humble. He's not humble. Prudence. Yes. That's true. That's true. It says, and he says that Israel could have prevented the present outcome. Yes, that's all we're saying. But we are saying, yes, let's go after the ones who deserve it. Yeah, let's get them, and by every means necessary. $1 billion. We shouldn't need. What you don't need to say any words. $1 billion, and plus all of the tools, military tools that you can need, and somebody go over there and actually sign one of the bombs? Who was the one which one? It was a woman. I don't know if it was Hillary. Was it Hillary or was it Kamala? Somebody actually signed one of the bombs, right? And I'm pretty sure it was one of the Americans delivering. So it would have been an American bomb. Signed it. Like, what other more words do you need? We're on your side. We're on your side. There's no other. There's no words you need for us to say. It says instead. Okay, so instead, what happened? Instead, the government's obstinacy and folly have resulted in grave consequences. Exactly, and that's what the courts ICC are addressing. Is that alongside the worst military disaster in Israel's history, we now have the country's worst diplomatic fiasco. The international community has indicted the nation's very ethical foundations. Exactly. Ethics or empathy has nothing to do with compassion. Compassion is kindness. And yeah, there were a whole slew of things that fall under military disaster. Yeah, and it was very specific, outlined in the documents. This has been very generalizing, vague. This is very vague because it's just an article. The document, oh boy. Yeah. This is an enormous, it says, okay, this is an enormous achievement for Israelis detractors in their delegitimization campaign and efforts to isolate the Jewish state and turn it into a pariah nation, pariah nation. Let me see what they're getting at. I'm not familiar with that. What is that? An outcast? No, no, no. They're not an outcast. That's wrong. They're not an outcast nation. You could never be. You are the Bible. You're in the Bible. No, you're not an outcast. You're still Jewish. You're still Israel. You're still Israel. And the only one who's brought up is Nahu. Is Nahu and the other person who's his comrade. Only two people. They're only bringing two people, and then but they did say in the document that they're open to going towards nationalists. So anyone who's up there as like nationalists, they are interested. There might be some special interest. They said we couldn't open doors now to go after them. I mean, the courts can. Okay, a missed opportunity for taking responsibilities. Yeah, it's about accountability. A missed opportunity for taking responsibility. That's called accountability. It says calls for establishing an independent commission of inquiry about the antecedents of the October 7th massacre and subsequent military actions emerged soon after the Gaza war began. Yes, that's the group we should go after. That's specifically the group we want. We want that group. You got $1 billion plus military assistance to get it done. Western U.S. signed military equipment, weaponry to do it. Go after the ones who did it. It says the precedent was clear. Such commissions played a vital role in addressing national crisis, healing deep divisions, and fostering accountability after the Yom Kippur War, the Sabra and Shatila massacre, and the Second Lebanon War. Substantively, the proposal made sense. Tactically, it was a no-brainer. Tactically, it was no-brainer. It says the ICC only steps in when countries fail to investigate credible allegations of egregious violations of international law. ICC stepped in with incredible, uh, incredible. What do you call it? Proof. They have proof. That's the thing. Proof. Indeed, and they got the victims. They got the family victims. They got the whole shebang. Uh, but specifically, they're calling on two people. So it's not an attack on Israel. It's just two people. It just it does. It doesn't feel good. I know. It feels bad. I know. We know. We read the books. It feels bad. Like it's supposed to be clear and pure, and yours is even deepened by you know, uh, the backing of Yahweh, Jehovah, we know, but this is something that needs to be brought to attention and awareness. Indeed, August 2024, ICC prosecutor Karim Khan justified his request for an indictment, stating that there is no conflict or jurisdiction because there are no relevant domestic proceedings. Exactly. It has nothing to do with the people that are there. Exactly. It is ironic that after being dismissed, former Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant, ironic being dismissed. The former Minister of Defense. Oh, so he is part of uh, like he it's just him and President and Prime Minister Netanyahu. It says so ironic that after being dismissed, former Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant explained that one of his core disagreements with Prime Minister Netanyahu, besides disputes over um, heritage drafts, exemptions, and prioritizing a hostage release, was his insistence on having an independent panel of inquiry. Apparently, he was listening 2 months earlier when Israeli Attorney General Gali Baharov Mara warned Netanyahu. Okay, what's the wisdom here? What wisdom did you offer? That only an independent state commission into the October 7th attack and Gaza war would satisfy the international community probing Israel's alleged war crimes. Prime Minister Netanyahu, however, decided early on that creating such a body would very likely lead to the collapse of his coalition. There, he said it. He said it. There is a particular group. He's out of step, out of sync with the natural order, and that's what they're looking at. Specifically, not Israel, but specifically. So even Israel, the wise people around Israel even were telling him, look, let's be in sync. This is not normal. This is not nature. Let's not get out of sync, let's not go out of nature, outside of nature. He even Israel is telling him this. See, that's what I'm talking about. We stand with Israel on this one. It says his two right wing. Now it goes Zionist. Now we're seeing the trend go to nationalist, right? And then we're going into white nationalists, white wing coalitional partners, religious Zionism. Here it is, capitalized religious, capitalized Zionism, and the Jewish power, capitalized Jewish power parties. There you go. Keep going, keep going. Would perceive the move as an unforgivable sign of weakness. Or like, see, their issue is if you're one of us, you look like us, play ball with us then. Get on board. That's all they have. That's all Israel has to do. Okay. And then white nationalists will lift them. And that's where it is right there. The higher echelon. Like, you with it? Okay, take your seat then. So that's the missing. That's the one. So we drop them there. That's the missing anomaly. No longer anomaly. Okay, so we're all at the table. Okay, now what? One second. Welcome, it's a pleasure. I'm Psychic Donald. I'm Psychic Donald, yes. Have a great day and thanks. Bye. Welcome. I'm Psychic Donald. A pleasure answering your questions today. And how would we like to start our reading? Uh-huh. Right? Well, it's not necessary. I just like to know, like, what interests you, what areas of life that interest you. Okay. Oh, okay. Right? Oh. Hmm. Okay. Well, we're going to take a look at that. We're going to answer all of these questions. And as I go, on, if you feel the need to help guide, to where I can give the answers, if I can get the answers, I will give that to you, okay? And so please join in the reading anytime you like, feel comfortable. So let's take a look. What I can see in this space is this. The honesty of it is, well, it is a bit of the past. I mean, he does contemplate, he remembers the past. He does hang on to you. He does, and to reconnect. Right, it would be like it would be like a new romance. It'd be absolutely starting over. But here's the thing. It's like he'd be looking for friends with benefits though, and he's looking for like a secret lover. It would be like a hidden love affair with him these days if you were to go this route with him, because he's really into that. It would be like playing, like he'd be playing the field, to be honest. He'd be playing the field. I don't I mean this is emotionally what he feels. This is emotionally what he would have in mind, to be honest. Mm-hmm. Well, I can't. I mean, I can't respectfully, you know, state that, because the factual is I can only read what you're. I like to read where your eyes will see. What you will find is, so you get involved with them, right? You're gonna end up. I mean, excuse me. You would be the one who he's secretly having a thing with, and it would be private. It would be between he and you. It would be more or less friends with benefits, because he doesn't want to have a exclusive one-on-one, because he has other relationships open relationships. So currently he has open relationships, and that is his reality, which what you'll experience and see with your eyes currently, if that makes more sense. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, he's okay with that. That's great. Like, hang out, do things, go on vacation, and the aspects and benefits of having that core connection, and secretly, get going off, and yes, that 1,000% he's okay with. He will want that with you. Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. Mm. 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 Okay. Mm. Right. I get the sense that you're gonna want something a little bit more stronger. Like, like you're gonna want like your own guy. Like, I want the guy and I want him all to myself. I don't want to have to share him. And I don't want to be, sometimes we have great times together, and that's nice and all, but I want more. I want more. I get the sense you're gonna want more. Of course. Well, you're respectful of your time. You're deserving of more time to you. That's right. He should be all into you. That's right. Mm-hmm. No. That's the one, that's the why they suggest, they put it out there like that. It wasn't to show off gifts. No, no. They were telling, this is the way he is. This is what he's going to dynamically create. This will be the reality of, as you experience life with him. That's right. So they said, be very, like, be very careful, mindful, cautious, all of that good stuff. And that if you're seeking more, it most likely isn't going to be with him. He won't settle down. Okay. So that gives you the power. We're giving you the power to make that decision. I just see you I just see you doing it. Then I just see you doing it. I just see you doing, like, living my life. Yeah, you don't want to waste time and your words and your energy. No. No way. You don't want him giving you any confusing thoughts. You have no mixed feelings at all. Like, you're not wasting your time by leaving your options open. Absolutely not. You're living life. Exactly. Yes. Okay. Okay. Well, I tend to not keep people on any longer than they need to, because the minutes carry over and you might have something important to share. But I will read the outside of your energy for a moment, just, to help to align with you, because I know that you've got some beautiful experiences on its way. I know you do. And you want more. I know you do. You're going to find resolve. I know you will. You're a bit of a hesitation, but you're looking at the possibilities, which is beginning to look more glamorous the more you think about it. The future, what the future holds, and a safe space to create the relationship you want. And I'm so excited to tell you that indeed you will. You will create the space that you want. And I see more travel experiences for you. I see you being very active and doing other things. And yet, by the way, you will have a mysterious man enter into your life, and who's going to, you're going to feel like, wow, this is just for me, my self-care, my peace of mind, and the guy is going to be like there. I don't want to say pampering, but he's going to be there, like with you, and you're going to feel like this guy is looking after you, taking care of you, and you feeling like, wow, like being massaged, and the guy's like so keen and focused on, bringing happiness, creating a romantic feel as well. I get that strong sense of a guy that is unexpected, like you wouldn't even expect him, but he's a mystery. And I know that he represents the incoming relationship in the future. Hmm. Okay. A pleasure. Have a beautiful day. Oh, boy. All right. Let me stop this. Hmm. Okay. So, all right. So, what I can pick up on is this. Okay. It was good. All right. Mm-hmm. All right. So, it says, where was I? Oh, okay. So it's an unforgivable sign of weakness. Okay. It says, moreover, an independent judicial body might implicate Netanyahu's own negligence in the tragic event of October 7th. What? Well, they did say that on day one. They were like, yeah, intelligence malfunction there. And so the prime minister stalled and stymied, okay, even though for months polls indicated that two-thirds of the public support an unbiased review. Once again, Netanyahu preferred his own political interests over the good of the country. That is my problem. Israel, we stand with Israel, but Prime Minister Netanyahu is placing his political interests above Israel. He's putting himself above Israel, above God's people, above that the land, the country that is promised to Israel and all of Israel, including Palestinian, who are who have lineage, bloodline, DNA, scientifically through genetics, go all the way back to the ancient Canaanites in current day Israel, West Bank, Gaza, East Jerusalem. And that is not good. That part's not good. Diplomatic incompetence. Okay, says, okay, diplomatic incompetence. Israel delayed its ground attack in Gaza by 6 days, fully aware that it was entering a prolonged military campaign. There was ample time to design a humanitarian aid strategy for the Gaza civilian population who knew not even how these people got in the air in the first place. Yet the present coalition's reliance on ultra right wing elements prevented any serious discussion about how to balance international legal expectations with Israel's security needs. That's because the ultra right wing are not compassionate. They avoided compassion. They were ethically and empathically and in their integrity was had their own ideas. They had their own ideas. It goes from the outset of the war, officials made inflammatory statements that were diplomatically disastrous. Defense Minister Gallant declared, what did he declare? In quotes, there will be a complete siege on the Gaza Strip. First of all, see, there you go. That is a Libra talking, by the way. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. We are fighting against animals, dehumanizing, calling them Canaanites. The Bible does not refer to Canaanite people as animals, but humans. In fact, brothers and comrade or companions. and we will behave accordingly, and we will behave accordingly. Such rhetoric may have resonated in a country still grieving and seeking vengeance against the unspeakable, the people who did it, Hamas atrocities, the Hamas, that group right there, that's who did it. That's the one this should be applied to, and but not the people who, the Palestinians who live next to you, door to you, but because of the situation, the political elements, climate allows for Palestinians to be neighboring, to be pulled into this. It says, but a reasonable, and it has okay, but a responsible government needed to recognize, alongside the military offensive, a diplomatic battle was underway. Statements openly declaring government policies that brazenly violate international law are suicidal in the international arena. It's like there's no way that this is not going to go unanswered. Adding to the problem, it says figures like uh, Bazel, Smotrich, and Itamar Ben Grieve, it says, exacerbated international disapproval with reckless and reprehensible remarks. Smotrich, who serves as a minister in the defense ministry, openly expressed views that reject the legitimacy of humanitarian aid. The defense ministry openly expressed views that reject the legitimacy of humanitarian aid. It says August 2024, even after a request for ICC indictments had been filed, he um, incessantly went on the record. It may be justified to starve 2 million Gazans. He says, in quote, he quoted that in, let me look up that word. He incessantly, it means showing a casual lack of concern, indifference, not kindness, not compassion, indifferent, along with apathy. Apathy, insistent, insistent, apathy, showing casual lack of concern, and you mean apathy. You just could have said apathy. Okay, went on the record, quoted, and the quote is, it may be justified, in quotes, to starve 2 million Gazans, but the world won't let us, but the world won't let us, end quote. But the world won't let us. It may be justified, but the world won't let us. They get to use, they can use that language, and that language means something. That language means something. And it's not just because they're Jewish or because they're the superior ethnicity there. It for them to use that language traces vibrationally all the way back to President George Washington's covenant with them, that we've never really felt comfortable, and nor would they ever wanted that yoke on them. But now we must understand why it's important to look at this. Even it's terrible, yes. I mean, it doesn't feel good, but we need to acknowledge it openly. And this is why it says, Itamar Ben Gvir, Israel's Minister of Internal Security, just this month called for withholding aid. So he called for withholding the aid, telling the press that he opposed any form of humanitarian assistance. He opposed any form of humanitarian assistance. He says, it was just rhetoric. Ben Retro refused police protection for aid convoys attacked by Israeli mob. The Israeli mob, that means the neighbors, the neighboring Israeli people. That would be vigilantes, you mean, in January 2024, destroying and attacking the aid to give aid to people there. There'd be Palestinians. See, that's what's in the documents, that kind of detail. Now they're being a little bit more specific. Uh-oh, I see a catchword, the R word, RAC, the RACIST word, by the way. Netanyahu is not free of responsibility for such shameful positions. Only a few years ago, he elevated Ben Gur from political obscurity to ensure that an unabashedly racist but allied politician would be elected to the nexus. And the only way you can be an unabashedly racist or even ensure that one would be an allied politician, you have to have that kind of privilege. This is where it starts to tie in with uh, the with white nationalists or far right wing. The far right wing is a political, but white nationalists. Okay. Today, completely dependent on Ben Gur to remain in power, the prime minister does nothing to rein him in, even as the police minister continues to undermine Israel's international standing. Rather, over the course of the most critical diplomatic year in Israel's history, Netanyahu appointed 3 inexperienced and inarticulate politicians to serve as foreign minister in order to shore up his political base. March 2024, leading Israel's civil rights organization felt that the government's policy was not meeting international standards, filing a petition to the High Court of Justice, though unsuccessful mounting pressure from the Biden administration. Yeah, ultimately forced Israel to increase humanitarian aid. It says, or face an arms embargo. In other words, that's when Biden was saying, we ain't gonna give you no more weapons if you don't. But it says it was, but here it says it was unsuccessful. It was because in the court. Here comes ICC. Here comes. None of these events and dynamics were lost on a hostile ICC prosecutor. Yeah, the ICC prosecutor got a hold of all that information and proof, and his team. Yep, ICC prosecutor and team. He says none of the events and dynamics were lost. It says the right wing coalition played into their hands. So dozens of right wing did not play into anybody. Right wing made their decisions. They made their bed. They made their bed. That was through their own decisions. It had nothing to do with ICC being hostile. And it had nothing to do with ICC prosecutor and the team, setting up a game for the right wing to play. It's a game that they have all the rules. Dozens of irresponsible statements by coalition leaders lent credence to the erroneous claim that Israel intentionally limited or prevented medical supplies. That's what it says in the docs, and food. That's what it says in the docs, from getting into Gaza. But that's what happened. That's what happened. And they can prove it. And these statements is to say that these statements were stated with no weight behind it. But when you don't, races cannot apply to every group. It can only apply to a certain demographic group, because that's a person who has the power. And in fact, in the document, it says the superior group, or the superior. These are the words superior ethnicity group can use these words. Okay. And so those statements meant something. And this writer doesn't have the capacity to understand that, doesn't want to understand that. It says this led to an indictment. So this is what led to the indictment. Blames Israel for forcing doctors to operate. Yeah, it says in the docs that that Israel made create situations where be not allowing the medical supplies to enter into Gaza, to have to even amputate even on children, no anesthetic, and other machines that would help assist, and also using unsafe even um, medicines to sedate the patient, if they could sedate them at all. Most likely not at all. And it says this. Okay, now I can read the sentence because yeah, the context is a little is biased. This led to an indictment that blames Israel for not blames Israel, blames Prime Minister Netanyahu and his, even if the guy is has been dismissed. What's his name? What's his name? It was just here. Um, I probably should like write it down. Oh my gosh, I keep forgetting. I forget. Yoav Gallant, Defense Minister of Defense, Yoav Gallant. Okay. All right. Okay. So this led to okay, yeah. Okay, so this led to indictment that blames Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. Those are the two that are brought up. Um, for and potentially the other, there's the nationalists who are up there. Potentially, the door is open for them to take a look into them, forcing doctors to operate on the wounded and carry out amputations on children without anesthetics, um, or claims that the defense and prime minister sought to starve the civilian population in Gaza into submission, and which would be using the food as it's like starvation as a war tactic. That's exactly what it said. A path forward. So okay, so the path forward says, notwithstanding bipartisan American, you mean when the wisdom of President Biden was giving you money and wisdom, and by the way, that money is tax money. So when you slapped, you didn't just slap Biden, you didn't slap the Democrats, you didn't slap the left wing, you didn't slap the Biden's administration, you slapped American people in the face because American people didn't want and it's on TikTok on record, didn't want them sending you any money at all. So when you but they had no choice. It was like, no, this is your responsibility. You have to be the bigger person. So we were the bigger person. We took the high road. Some of us got off the horse who can afford a horse and gave that money, the $1 billion, to you. So when you slap Biden administration, you know that poor man, you slapped hardworking American citizens who stand with Israel. We did it for Israel. We didn't do it for Nahu. We did it because God said, "Stand with Israel, and you'll be blessed." I don't. Even God punishes Israel at times. You know, even God punishes Israel. So God has punished Israel before, and God has punished very specific Israelites before. God has punished Egypt before. God has punished Canaanites before. God has also reconciled Egypt before. God has also reconciled Canaan before. It's in the canons, it's throughout the Bible. He's not above punishment. So ICC, the courts. So here we are, pathway forward. It says, notwithstanding bipartisan American condemnation of the ICC's indictment, it says Israel faces a stark reality. Ooh. Israel's prime minister will be unable to visit most countries in Europe, including long-standing allies like France. Yep, France uh, and Biden. hmm is they are in some wonderful agreements. I can't wait to do the live on that. I got a live set up for yeah, I'm going to talk about he's earned it. He's earned it. I'm going to take a look at him. I brought him up a little bit before, and he seems to be doing much better. He seems to be on the right side now. That would be um, Emmanuel Macron, president of France. Um, Okay, so Israel's prime minister will be unable to visit most countries in Europe, including long-standing allies like France, Great Britain, and Canada, without risking arrest and extradition to the Netherlands to be tried for war crimes. Um, this level of international isolation is intolerable. Um, this is, as they say, when in Rome. No, seriously. Um, he got up there and got entangled up with nationalists, and then the crossover into, because Zionists, okay, and then it's Israel nationalists, okay, and then Zionists, and then it goes into the crossover into white nationalists. That's what got him. That's what got them. The white nationalists, that is a group that they do say is an isolated group. It is isolating, because what it means is those group, they stick to their own. And it looks like uh, Prime Minister Nahu is in his comrade Yov is off to, like, look, you're off to, like, hey, you're off to yourself. You're like, oh, but the ICC says, but it has opened the door where we can now see how they tapped in and when, and which means it's like they know something that they haven't released yet. Okay. The only plausible way forward towards nullifying the indictments, yeah, oh, yeah, I'm interested in knowing that, involves the creation of an independent commission of inquiry into the war. Mm. Prosecutor Kareem Khan, August filing, explicitly notes that, in quotes, a case would potentially become inadmissible before the court only if domestic proceedings were to exist with regard to the same individual for substantially the same conduct as alleged before the court. Oh, he can't. That's going to be thrown out. The moment they try it, there's a word that they use, a very specific word, and I don't remember the word. Hold on, maybe if I can find it. It's a word where it's a court, it's a word they use in court, and it means, like, in terms of like something that is stolen. It's like if a person steals from me, from no, if a person, okay, a person steals from me, and then I pull them up, they can't come back and say, and file again, and if it's proven that they did it, and then use a defense as that I stole from them. It's like, yeah, it's like, no, that's why you're here for. Okay, let me see if I can find the word. Um, if I could find it, if it's still here. Res judica, I believe. I think that's the word. Or either, or is it prima? Let me see. It's one of these two. The parties which disposes with finality the matter decided so that it cannot. Here it is. Yeah, it's res judica, a decision given by a judge or tribunal with jurisdiction over the cause of action, and the parties which disposes, right, with finality. So that means they like prove it at absolutely doubt of a matter that has already been decided. Like, you did it. then it says that it cannot be re-litigated by those bound by the judgment except on appeal. Like you can only appeal. You can't say like relitigize like like they did it like no actually I'm gonna no you can only appeal to it. You have to appeal. So if a person is brought, they say brought up, and so like the person stole from me, I legitimize, and they, without question, like they did it, they have to appeal it. They can't turn it on me and say, I'm taking you because you stole from me. So it's not like two people arguing. No, you stole from me. No, you stole from me. No, I stole from you. You stole from me. Like the person, like you hit me. No, you hit me. I hit you. No, you hit me. No, I didn't hit you. You hit me. It's like, no, you hit, and then you have to appeal. And at the appeal, then we go from there. Okay, so yeah, so that's what that's. So yeah, they're gonna throw that out. So the other one is it says in because you have another one. What's the other one? Can you use? It says indeed in the same. Yeah, they already dealt with that. Yeah, that was already thrown out. I don't know when this guy, whoever this person is, it would have been on the 21st. Yeah, they had already released their rejected. They already rejected, and then this person like at the same time when they released. So that might be why they said that. It says indeed in the same document, this pathway is delineated even more specifically in quotes. Israel also remains free to continue. Yeah, yeah, they're saying you can still Israel is still allowed to prove their innocence. Of course, it says Israel still also remains free to continue its investigations, irrespective of the ongoing proceedings before the court. If the chambers grants the applicants applications, and if Israeli proceedings sufficiently evolve, either Israel or the suspects named in the application. Yeah. In other words, because such a yeah, they're given the opportunity to defend themselves. We know, yeah. It says, in other words, because such a commission has the ability to single out individual criminal liability. Finally, they're getting somewhere. They're acknowledging that the court at the ICC does have that jurisdiction. The first one, the first argument was, are you even a real court? Do you even have what is your legitimacy to even look into this? And it says such as commissions have done in the past, Israel could legitimately claim that ICC's authority is no longer. The ICC answered them already on that baby. Unfortunately, Netanyahu has opted for a political framework for evaluating the war in Gaza. The prime minister is suspicious of Israel's acting chief justice, Yitzhak Amit, um, who would have a key role in establishing such a committee. Justice Minister Yariv Levine, for some time, has refused to acknowledge Amit as chief justice, even though Amit's seniority should lead to the appointment automatically because Levine considers Amit too liberal. Too liberal means you're not you might be you might not be like we're going for like we're going ahead and we're going to go ahead and cross over and take our seat, and you're not going to get in the way of that. That's basically what. Okay. It says instead, Netanyahu is floating a law which would create a six-person investigative committee appointed by the Knesset, okay, whose membership would require the votes of 80% of legislators. In case of a stalemate, the committee would be evenly divided between opposition and coalition appointees and run by co-chairs. This is just the kind of politicization and polarization that an independent commission should seek to avoid as the nation seeks to heal. Okay, the Israel's army legal chief officer, military advocate general, informed the Israel Bar Association in May that her unit was actively investigating 70 incidents involving offenses that may have occurred during the course of the war. It is impossible in such protracted conflict that makes that mistakes won't be made, and that soldiers, on rare occasions, act inappropriately. Okay. The IDF at least is taking responsibility. Okay. Okay, going to try attempt to taking on accountability. The world needs to know this. Okay. Israel, we do stand with Israel. We do still follow the subscription that Israel is Israel. That God is backing Israel. No one is disputing that. Um, Transparency as strategy. It says, after a year of seeing horrendous images from the Gaza war, the world is watching. Israel must act decisively to clear its name. The United Nations, that is the UN, may appear to Israel to be a hopelessly biased institution, but it still enjoys legitimacy internationally. Okay. When its international court charges the country's defense and prime minister with uh, deliberate starvation strategies, intentional military attacks against civilian populations, and other outrageous allegations, it is time to reconsider Israel's diplomatic strategy. We must do more than play the victim card, cry anti Semitism, and make comparisons with a Dreyfus trial that even Zionist acolytes hardly remember. Okay. Lastly, Justice Brandy's axiom. Okay, sunshine is the best antiseptic. Okay, remains germane. Okay, okay. Condemning the extremist rhetoric of coalition partners and establishing a credible quasi judicial commission of inquiry are Israel's best hopes for emerging from the crisis with dignity and legitimacy. They already have dignity and legitimacy. We're just saying that your prime minister, even you're saying that the prime minister Netanyahu made a mistake. Even you're saying it. And we're not attaching that to Israel, Israel as a whole. But you are making a climate based on American history, systematically a hostile environment in neighborhood, like neighbors who are between Jewish people. It was Israeli settlers specifically. That's the title, the term, and Palestinians. You're all are Israel. All of you are Israel. That's just it. That's it right there. Wow. Okay. So, whew, so there's a lot going on there. Um, I will be reading the. I will. Don't worry, my friend. I will get back to reading the Bhagavad Gita soon. Let me pipe that. I will be reading the Bhagavad Gita very soon, my friend. Yeah, don't worry. I will be reading the Bhagavad Gita very soon, my friend. Yeah. So yeah, I will be reading the Bhagavad Gita very, very soon. Don't worry. Okay. The Bhagavad Gita. Yes. I love that book, the Song of God. I love the Bhagavad Gita. But right now I was just, clearing out some things I needed to share with everybody regarding this is regarding my gosh, regarding oh, the nature of balance. the nature of balance, you know, as we cross over, we're crossing into our new territory. We're moving, you know, more into that beautiful new space. It's going to be amazing. Don't worry. We're going to get through it. We're going to come through this on top. It's going to be the best. We're going to love it. And it's going to bring so much recognizable, like conscious healing, you know. And we still pray for Israel. We're praying for Israel. Israel, we're praying for Israel, like Israel, God's Israel. We're praying for Israel. We're giving it our all. Now, with that said, when one stops being Israel, you know, like God says, there's no respect of person between the Jew and the Christian. When a person stops being, when a Greek, or if you want to say Gentile, stops being Christian, you know, there you go. When a Israel starts, you know, or Jewish person starts being is when a Jewish person starts being Israel, and you know, when something becomes something else, you know, the God says, and we ran out Israel. You're like, wait a minute. Wait a minute, you were loving Israel. Why you running? Like, no, God says, and you will tabernacle, Canaan, you will tabernacle and you will worship alongside. But then in another scripture, he says, and we ran out the Canaanites and we ran out the like, and you know, and Israel is my chosen people. Israel, who I made, scattered them across the earth and made the wonder, the wilderness, you know, like Egypt, I am so warning you, like you might want to back off, you know, because you don't know what I'm trying to do here. You won't understand it, and I'll come like a thief in the night, you know, and as an angel of, you know, angel of markings. And then at the same time is, and I make peace with Egypt and reconcile with them, healing and reconnecting with them, you know, and bringing them to me. In fact, Egyptians men, along with their would be Israelitess wife and family. That means having children. That would be multicultural and and also dual ethnicity. In other words, mixed. And brought them into the house of Jacob, brought them into the land of Canaan, the promised land, as Israel, meaning they become Israel. So it'd be like Egyptian Canaan or Arab Canaan or Palestinian Canaan. So, yeah. Okay. But yes, I will be discussing, I will be back discussing uh, Krishna very soon. But right now, I've got to get through these. Krishna is next. I know Krishna, actually, the Christian lives are one of my biggest ones. In fact, that's the one that those I know. Some of those have actually become monetized. My channel's not even monetized. That has become, those channels have ads running, or those live streams have ads running on them. Hmm. So I know that those are important. Don't worry, I'm going back to them, and now I've actually. So does it mean have you stopped reading the Christian? No, I've been reading it to myself. Yeah, in fact, I had just read from the book like last week. I was reading the Bhagavad Gita. I read chapter 8 to myself. So don't worry, I'll be back to reading for you, reading the Bhagavad Gita. We'll get there. What time is it? Okay, it's 2:58. I'm debating if do I want to go ahead and start the next live. Okay, let me see. I might, I might, I might start the next live. Let me see. Let me see if I can start the next live. Uh, Let me see. Do I want to? What is it about? Oh no, this is a big one. Yeah, no, I can't. Yeah, yeah, this one's gonna be another big one. Okay, let me see. How many? Okay, how many more I've got left? One, two, three, four, like five. Yeah, there's plenty. Yeah, I got plenty to do. Yeah, so most likely, um, yeah. So yeah, I have to get back to you on that. Let me see. Hold on a second. Let me see if anybody wants to fight me in email. No, nobody wants to fight with me. Okay, very good. What else? What else are we doing? What else are we looking at? Okay, let's check. No one wants to fight. Anything all good here? Okay. All right. We all good here. Um, ooh, my numbers jumped up. That's nice. That's always nice. Ooh, okay. Okay. All right. Okay, nice. Okay. Ooh. Okay. That's nice. Nice. Yeah, I'm having a good week. I'm having a good week. All right, so my energy just went up. Okay, so I'm gonna disappear for just a second and I just come out. I might as well just stay on for the next 2 hours, I'm thinking. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I'm gonna stay on for the next 2 hours, but I have a feeling I'm gonna end up stretching this out. This is gonna go out for the next 2 hours. I have a feeling. Because I'm not, I mean, what else do I mean, what else do I need to do? I was contemplating, I don't want to start my next conversation because I think I need more than 2 hours on that one. And so I probably should stick to the schedule. But I'm already excited about the next live. Yeah, I'm very excited. So I'm gonna step away for just a split second and I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. So where were we? Where are we now? Um. oh, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So, my gosh, there's just so much going on here right now at the moment. There's just so much, to say, that I know that there's just a lot of energy, things that, people, just in their right minds, just thinking about, I think, concern, there's this, like the way that humanity is flowing, but I don't think that is as black and white as people make it appear. And I don't think people are afraid of whether if it's black or white anymore. I think people are like, it's kind of like, it was fun being afraid, the idea that something is going to, you know, the adrenaline of, people of that fear factor, especially right back in the 80s when our minds were so sensitive, we could enjoy, as they say, a movie that's scared. Every now and then they can throw in a scene where something jumps or leaps out at you, and they still can get that reaction that they're looking for, that astonishing, that reaction that says it's a surprise on the mind. Um, Very rare, very rare. But the excitement, knowing that, oh my gosh, it's gonna be good, and you know, uh, and it gets that adrenaline, and you're really caught up in, But now and then, of course, you grow up, and then you realize it's like watching a movie like that, but you're watching it in the daytime. It's like watching Jason in the daytime. Okay. It's not the same as, everyone is spread out, and you're like, there's no bodies, like you're spread out, and then you watch, and it's night, and there's no lights on, and no one's running back to turn on the light in the kitchen. I mean, it is night, dark, and you're watching Jason. But you're young, though. You're a young person. So everybody's past that. Now everyone is like, yeah, okay. It's a scary movie. Translation. It's a thriller. Turn on the light. Like no one is scared of that anymore. So it's more like, if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen anyway. So it's like no one's scared of the black or the white. It's like if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. Like, well, let's see. Everyone's more curious of how it would happen now. So, so yeah, so it's definitely a very different mindset we are in, a very different time, for a very different world. I like the idea of people being more connected in that sort of way. One second. picking up on. You're yes, you have an open road. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. Okay. Well, being that you have opened your path and that you're now open to that, for that love energy to come through, to come in for you, I would say that there's now an opportunity for that to take place. It's now an opportunity for you to have that. And you should be allowing yourself to go through the process of having opened up the space in which a relationship can move in your direction. You absolutely should. Because you know why? This is why. The wish or your desire for the relationship, it can come to pass. Abstaining from even trying, it's going to slow down the process for you even entering into a new relationship. The situation you're in at the moment, will it deepen? Well, you're in the process of making that happen. So it's like, don't stop in the middle of your process. Is it for the long haul, though? Will you ultimately get what you want to wrap up on that last piece of that question? The answer is yes. It is for the long term. It is for the great distance. But don't make it any more toxic than then you become dispassionate about it. Don't make it boring. Keep it exciting. Keep it up and lifted and transition into love, companionship. Sure. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, as per my reading, when it says that you should open yourself up to the process, right? Of you're letting someone in, you're allowing this person to enter into your world. You both are figuring things out as you progress with him and the things you're learning of him, right? You're becoming more connected. But to let you know that because he and you do begin to focus on more long term, right? The legitimacy of a companionship that's meant to be, as you would say, for the long haul, right? To go into more deeper companionship, like let's say to a unity or even unto marriage. Is he in that mindset? The reading speaks in that context. So that's the only, based on what I to what I've interpreted, I believe that he does want a future with you, and the things he's sharing with you is representation of what the future can be like, what the future can become. And I say it that way because it is very much determined on how he and you engage each other right now in the present. You two need to definitively, while we're in November, say you two are going to give this your honest try. You two are going to make this work. I know you're saying, well, he has to do it. I mean, the two of you represent a relationship. So that's why I say the two of you, the both of you together. Of course, he's not here to defend himself. Of course not. You're here to hear it all. You have his information. You can pass it on him if you wish. But no, he's also saying this as well. That no, he does want a future with you. Hmm. Okay. Sure. Friday. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Right. 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 So what I want to share with you is this, is that indeed, as per to the reading, at this time, where he is beginning to um, sort of like clear this space, to clear the connection, where he and you finally have the opportunity, the chance to really move things along, to open the idea that for the like going towards the future, of course, if he says Tuesday, that puts him still, and it's upcoming Tuesday. Hopefully, is what you're implying. Good. We're still in the right timing. We're still in the month of November, and in fact, this is a time where he and you confirm that moving towards something that is realistic and that is genuine, that in fact that's what he's intending to do, that this is his intentions, to create a relationship with you, obviously. Yes. Right. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Mm-hmm. That I cannot answer. I only deal with what people can see. That would be more for you need an empathic psychic. I deal with what your eyes are going to see, because you can battle me with the emotions, and it always another empath you'll listen to. So I know my lane. Mine is my predictions are unmatched, and I'm just and things that I foresee and tell. But what I could tell you is this: he is thinking about reconnecting with you. And as he does, then he's going to bring that connection where, yes, then you two will be communicating consistently and regularly. That's where the reading is suggesting where you both are heading off to. And that the reason being is because this is a process that he and you must undergo. It's a process, but it's a process that shouldn't take forever. It should take, right, if it's meant to happen in a week's time, because this is now we have to also look at it like this. I'm a psychic, so I'm used to thinking in terms of time blocks. This is the last week of November. So if I say by the end of November, I'm really saying that by the end of this week, actually, or as you say, the timing that he and you meet, in a few days, that's going to be the time when you will be looking back on this reading and saying, okay, I may have new questions now, because what has happened right now doesn't reflect how I was feeling a few days ago, because the process has cleared up and answered so many things for me now. That's the way you're going to be thinking. I can only connect and feel my guides. So I can only state that my guides say that he and you should be mapping out and making plans as you would speak in this week's time. And because that's a prediction that's meant to happen, he and you will begin your journey and towards a relationship, but one that is real. That's what I see. That's what I see. And be embracing what is upcoming, and know that there's nothing, that's going to come in between that. Between now and then, there's nothing out of the blue that's going to happen or like throw this off. There isn't, no. And that he and you will have a chance at beginning your journey. There will be a journey with each other. That's what you need to hold on to that because you're building a relationship. Hmm. Don't listen to that. Well, no one is going to be, first of all, this okay, so this is more even more psychic because I've been studying the past three these October, November, December, especially this is focus on November. November is a time where you get the news that you needed with a partner who's saying they're going to be with you long term. So that's how I know why he's here. But also, there's nothing in between he and you. I know if it had been another year, and people were like anticipating the anxiety that, well, what if somebody blocks it? What if I make the wrong decision? What if he's not interested anymore? All those thoughts come up. But I already know that that energy, that person, those obstacles are no longer on the path, and that there's a very clear journey between he and you. It's very clear. That means it's going to be highly easy for he to reach out to you and for you to claim your relationship. So that's why I'm not disputing what the guides say. The guides, this is a very clear answer, very clear direction in which he and you will embark on. And the friends, they don't know what, respectfully, I'd say this, they don't know what they're talking about. He's going to prove them wrong. Hmm. Okay, it was a pleasure reading with you. Have a beautiful day. You can do this. You got this. Get through the weekend and get to Tuesday. All right. Later. Until now. Yeah, you can always contact me at 4074. I'm Donald, Psychic Donald. Uh, yes, well, yeah, I'm up from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. your time. So yeah, every day. There you go. 7-4, Psychic Donald. Yes, that's me. I am your psychic clairvoyant and predictor of the future. That's what I do. All right, bye. Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Another test read. I'm like, don't forget, I'm your psychic. I'm not your bro. I'm not your little girlfriend. Hey, I'm not your little boyfriend. I'm your psychic. I'm not your pastor because I know what you do with your pastor. I'm not your pastor. I'm not a psychic vampire sucking on everything I feel. No. Mm-mm. No. Oh my gosh. My gosh. I am not slowing down. Maybe like now all of a sudden I want to get to know you because I want to slow. No, you're not gonna slow me down. Uh-uh. I'm a comet. Okay. But I'm really doing great for time. What time is it? Oh yeah, I'm doing good. I could think I can be here for another like hour and a half. It's like an hour and a half or so. Mm-hmm. Mm. Um, doing quite well on the lines, y'all. I'm also a top tier psychic. Yeah, I'm a top tier psychic. I put emphasis on that because it's been a journey. I worked so hard to get there, and plus, plus I need to go to my little place of, where I go and talk to the spirits, with these, in the wilderness, trees like way up, like 50 foot like plus trees, and give my blessing. Let them know, like, oh my gosh, they guided me correctly. They guided me in the right way. So yeah, I gotta do that at some point, which I will. Mm. I absolutely will. Hmm. I know that you all, people, my people of India, don't worry. I know that you're the first group that found me, and you found me. That's when my videos began to take off, and they began actually adding ads to the video. Is when uh, I was doing the reading the Bhagavad Gita, the Hindu Bible, the Psalm of God. I've not forgotten, and I am going to come back. I am, but right now I have to do these. I have to sort out these readings. I'm most likely going to get back to reading the Bhagavad Gita. Um, like perhaps potentially on the other side, not year, but of the month, like December. I'll start reading it again. And I already have the thumbnails. In fact, there are new thumbnails of Lord Sri Krishna and in various forms. So don't worry, plenty of information on the way. I love reading the Bhagavad Gita. I will get it to you. Okay, I will. I will. Hmm. Oh my gosh. Hmm. But so let's spend a little bit of time in reflection for the next at least 30 minutes, because I want to wrap up the day. I think here I should be receiving at least, most likely I'll receive like one more call. I've been getting the craziest calls today. And okay, so basically, hold on, oh, okay. So in reflection, what did we learn today? We learned that Age of Aquarius um, is that everyone's awareness is like it's like simultaneously like opening up. So like collectively, like there's a beautiful collective consciousness. Uh-oh. Ooh. There's a beautiful collective consciousness that allows for people to, let me plug us in. 1 second. There. All right. So it allows for people. Oof, okay. So it allows for humanity to like collectively, to like deal with like issues that impacts the world. Now, when we release this information, like, did people like know? Because they said like I knew we would say things like the information will just be faster, and of course take into account technology these days, of course. But wow, these are conversations like years, decades before the internet. But it's exactly to the T, exactly on the mark, exactly in the same year, exactly like time and sequence and things like that. It's like amazing. It's just amazing. And it's even amazing the fact that the world okay, so the world actually arrived at a place where they contemplate in those mindsets. Yes, there are. I mean, what reality would this be if there weren't people who would want opposite. I mean, of course, this is our reality, our world reality. Mhm. Of course, absolutely, yeah. So it's only natural that the world to be as it is. I mean, it's a beautiful world, though. Still, nonetheless, I'm very pleased with it. I like it. I like the world. Absolutely, I do. And I I like the people in it. I even like, the people who are, like they're opposite because it's like, when you go to watch a movie, you want you want to watch all the parts of the movie, especially the parts where there's conflict, where there is a conflicting, a group or person to challenge, the ideas of, maybe the central persons involved or characters involved. I mean, so life is similarly like that. Like, that's what kind of makes even arguing so much fun is that there's a there's a person who's in disagreement, who's disagreeing again, with you. I guess that's what can make it appealing. So yes, I mean, and then you got to have it brings value, to the information that is being corrected, but information that is correct. That's yeah, it brings the value because there's validating information there as well through that collective exchange, collective of information exchange with people, peoples all over the globe, nations. That's a beautiful idea, beautiful concept, and that is real. That is real. So I like it. Absolutely, I have an appreciation for this new age, and Aquarius is all about technology, electricity. So, like, by the way, Aquarius would be more like the internet would be like Aquarius vibrations. That's Aquarius. hmm So, which means, what they call it, well, besides liberating, it's revolutionary. So the internet helped it like revolutionize, this modern era technology, things like that. So it's like it's like a revolutionary sign. The planet is revolutionary, and also humanity is experiencing has and is experiencing revolutionary moments. Events have happened. Yep. So yeah, it's a very beautiful time in this, as they say, the Great Awakening, and this is just year number one, the foundations being laid, and now we enter, well, soon to enter. We still have, well, I checked the calendar, it's like a little less than 2 months away. But if you want to just speak just like as a year, we have like 2 months and roughly 3 weeks to go, or 2 weeks, something like something short of 2 weeks and a half to go. But if you're going by the stars, we have about a week, 1 week, about a week and a half, or excuse me, a week and a half, 1 month and a half, 1 month and a half to go before we entered. But this, I talk about a second, like, anniversary. If it's a 1 year anniversary, definitely about 2 months and 2 weeks. But the next year, though, the next year is actually in January. So about like a month and a half. But anyway, Um, it's going to be a fantastic year. It's a year that's associated with people and connection. Oh yeah, it's about feelings, connections. It's going to be more of the aesthetically pleasing year. This year has been amazing, business wise. Business wise, a lot of sacrifice and a lot of worry, and can I really pull it off? And then, but on the other side, when on the now you've made it on the other side of it, you're like they say, if you could do this 2024, and you found your autonomy, your independence, now you're probably going to think, I could do anything. Or you could say, I always knew I could do it. That's the feelings, that's the impressions that I think we get. We get those feelings. I can do anything. I can do it. I can go forward. I know I'm excited. Um, as we progress. In fact, the way in my psychic practitioner side is, like let's finish up the remainder of whatever's left of 2024 like we are in 2025. Like start living for 2025 in 2024. Like start living it today. Like whatever the plan it was that you had, or like seeing things through, do it right now. Do it right now. Like I always say, like I use one word, launch whatever it is, launch it now. Launch your project, launch the business, launch the relationship, launch it now. Because 2025, that's when all of the action starts. And I'm telling you, it's going to be like emotions everywhere. But that's what you want, though. Um, I can only imagine that emotions are like a lot of the emotions are dealing with, like dealing with the heart. I know it's about human heart and human people, but emotions can also like bouncing off of each other, the bouncing off of emotions of one to another. Um, passionate. Because right now I've been thinking of the more positive attributes, and then that's how I usually start out. I usually start out with more I don't anticipate the darker until the darker starts to reveal itself. Usually I'm so focused on the fact that people are dealing with their relationships. People are like gonna be falling in love. I'm like, yep, gonna be having all kinds of relationships going for yourself. It's gonna be beautiful, it's gonna be good, it's gonna be uplifting. But also I know that there's gonna be like very passionate, very like the desire, and probably even like jealousy expressed, like becoming so like passion and jealous, it's going to probably be expressed as well. We most likely will see that, and it's going to be all those feelings. By the way, this year it's kind of like we've had a lot of armor, because that's what happens when we're in a dense. This year's been very dense. Well, in the new year, it's like no armor. Like you're gonna feel emotionally, like all of it, everything. So I'm like rushing in. But I also believe it's an exciting time, because you could think of it as like the heart chakra being like open very brightly, like a very like just like a wave, and just embracing and taking in the wave of all types of emotions, especially ones that's being channeled through information, that's being channeled through very specific key individuals, or groups of individuals. I know that these individuals are soul tribe related. So like, even though like, okay, you could line out you could call them, refer to them as your future companion or partner or soul tribe. Just because it's a downtime, by the way, the closer we get to December, December is like a veiled month. It's like everything is in place, but you're kind of waiting for people to get back to you. Trust and believe. You have your confirmation right now in November. Or if this is the week in which you're supposed to meet up to get your confirmation, you're gonna have something to celebrate. I know it's hard to celebrate right now because you're feeling the ebbs and flow of December, which is downtime month. But trust and believe this: when we get it when we get to December, or by the time we wrap up this week, we will have celebrated the incoming long term objectives, and we're soon going to be in action. And so even if like in the meanwhile, like you're kind of playing it by ear, know that it's going to happen for you. It will happen for you in a very good way. It will. It will. Hmm. Absolutely. So just keep that in mind. Oh my gosh. Let me check. Okay, still nothing there. And I will be uploading the next thumbnail. But I've been uploading it through my phone. So yeah, I'll be uploading the next thumbnail soon. Mm-hmm. Uh, I'm not, what's the title? Yeah, I got to come up with it. I kind of know what I'm going to talk about. So the title usually just flows with me. So I'll definitely will include or add that title to the next thumbnail at some point, perhaps this sometime at this evening. Hopefully, hopefully I hold myself to that, and and then we'll be talking about that in the next. What it be? What? Maybe sometime tomorrow morning. I'll come back on. I was thinking if I do come in, it'll be just like a regular live. So you know, if I do, it definitely, yeah, I already will have the thumbnail. Yeah, the thumbnail will be up, but it might just be like a kind of like an open style live where I just just kind of like talk. So I might do that for 4 hours this evening, like that. That would be 6 p.m. That is Central Standard Time. I will probably do that and hang out with you all. Yeah, so that might be a thing. You know, it's definitely guaranteed. I'm gonna be doing something between 6 and 9. Yeah, this is the weekend. Hmm. So most likely I'll be busy doing something. The next conversations are going to be more about um, it'll be a little bit more metaphysical because it's going to talk about the ages, like age of Capricorn, age of Aquarius. So I'm going to talk about that. I think um, perhaps, let me see. Oh, well, not totally. Okay, I can't say that I totally am going to talk about, like, what's going on in the contemporary. So there will be some tapping into a little bit of history, but with the right purpose and the right reasoning. Because it only enough, but it's only metaphysical. Like I don't think I would require articles this time, because I think I have enough in memory. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, I won't. I won't be bringing up articles this time. At least it was going to be a conversation that is more geared towards like, now that we know what we know, how do we go? Like, where do we go? How do we move forward? So I'm going to be speaking in the realm of like you know, almost nearly, it's been nearly a year, almost a year, literally only like 2 months left in a few weeks since we've come out of age of Capricorn. So what's for us now? So you'll definitely hear about like what is the age of Capricorn? What did that mean? And also looking for towards discussing age of Aquarius. So if you're not familiar, if you want to hear it from a professional astrologer and psychic and metaphysical practitioner that hold degrees in metaphysical sciences, I will definitely be talking about these subjects I'm not going to say in the very next live because I might go live. If I go live this at 6 o'clock tonight, that's Central Standard Time, it's just that's just a regular live stream. But I mean, the story that you're following, if you're following these lives, you better tell by the thumbnail. The thumbnail tells the story, and plus I'll include what I'm going to be talking about in the title. So the next, I guess, will definitely be sometime tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow morning at some point, either in the morning or closer to like, maybe brunch time, like 11 or something like that. If I decide to do it later, but you know how I do. Sometimes I'll create a live, and but if it's in the future or the past, and I end up going live in the morning, like 3 a.m., I'm like, whoa, it's 3 a.m. You know it's 3 a.m., right? So, it may happen at 3 a.m. Who knows? Who knows? But it shouldn't be today. I know I won't. So if it's because I'm live, doesn't mean I'm talking about that specific subject. So if you're following the whole story, know that it's most definitely going to be tomorrow over. That's when. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it's gonna be lovely. Oh, we made it. We made it to the final last hour. We're on the last hour. It's the last hour. Wow. We are up at the top of the hour. This is the hour that I will have rest. I will have rest. And usually they will, so usually they're more likely to call me maybe one more time. If you want to say that's lucky. They'll call me one more time. I have a feeling that this week is going to be crazy. So it's like this week and the next week. Oh, it's going to be insane. My gosh. I have a feeling they're going to drive me bananas. Especially as I close out this month and begin to always give them 5 additional days, 5 days into the next month before I take my 3 days off. I think they're going to drive me crazy in those five days. And they're going to have to. And then, yeah, it's going to be pretty insane. Different, like a roller coaster ride during the December holidays. So that's what's coming up. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. I am psychic. That's true. My cards are shuffled. I have these sitting off to the side. Let me make sure. I'm excited. I gotta decide on how I want to do this. Mm-hmm. 1 second. Whoa. Okay. Nice and shuffled. Mm-hmm. So 5 minutes until 1 o'clock. And so I'm in a bit of I wouldn't say a dilemma. Okay, so my channel is growing. Um, the viewers, the watch time, everything is flowing. Everything is happening, right? But I'm in dilemma. I'm like, I don't know if it's the greedy side of me is like, you want this to go faster? They're like, but I don't want to like put out poor quality. Like I when I come in, I like to have something specific going on. Oh, yeah, okay, I found it. I answered my question. Whew. Okay, so I am beginning the Bhagavad Gita, picking that back up because I think I spent a lot of time and observing and like what's going on in the world, and I've shared quite a bit of information. I talked about the meaning of 2025. I even named the year. I name every year. I give every year a special name. I have insight and like predominantly like which types of readings are going to be more like very important to people. Um, so uh, we also talked about my favorites. We talked about we even brought in scriptures. But this next journey is 1,000% going to be about. We're going to be talking about the Bhagavad Gita. So that's the Hindu Bible, and I hope that that will bring some joy to those who found me from India. I've not forgotten you. We'll be back reading the Bhagavad Gita very soon. I know that you all are like the top. In fact, you're not only like following. I have a huge following. India, um, and also people who have engaged actually the videos that where it's talking about the Bhagavad Gita, stories and verses from the Holy Bible, from the Holy Book of the Bhagavad Gita. So yes, we're going to be discussing more of these sacred scriptures upcoming, and uh, in whatever form that it decides to come in, because as I'm reading the Bhagavad Gita, I like to share what I'm getting spiritually, but it's like teaching. So definitely we'll be teaching in that space. I will be teaching you all. So yeah, just keep an eye open for that. I will definitely keep a lookout for you all, to see what you all have to say, in my like in my psychic interpretation, my metaphysical understanding, and my gifting to understand the spiritual Bibles of the world, the psychic Bibles of the world. Um, it's a beautiful book. But do remember, just because you haven't seen lives coming from me, that doesn't mean that I have not been reading the book. I've been reading it. In fact, in the new company that I aligned with, I used a quote from Krishna about manifestation and the meaning of when you manifest something, you don't look back to what you had or what you didn't have, but you look at what you have manifested and into, as what it represents for you at that moment. And it speaks to manifestation, like laws of attraction. So yeah, that's a quote made by Krishna to Arjun. So definitely 1,000%, I will be, uh, like as you say, sharing and interpreting those scriptures. So yeah, I've not uh, put it down or gotten bored with it. I can never get bored of reading just because I didn't do a live on it doesn't mean I'm not enjoying it. Mm-hmm. So that this is going to be video. Okay, so if it does happen, well, instead of which video, because I know I'm gonna be doing some maybe in between live streams at some point. Um, look for the return of the Bhagavad Gita scripture reading in like December. In December, I'm already mapping out like 2 days downtime. The 29th and 30th, maybe. At least downtime from like serious talks. I'm gonna back off. Like I'll probably come in, but I'll come in and be do the one where I screenshot me doing posing or something, and then you'll know. Oh yeah, this is he doesn't change the title or nothing. He just comes in and you're like, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. There he goes. So yeah, that'll be the live that type of live that I do. Most likely like 29th and 30th of November 2024. And then at some point in December, at some point, we'll be reading from the Bhagavad Gita. I was tempted to start tackling some of it now, but I said no. Because I take what do you call it? Great, um, like a very conscientious. Like I go through great lengths, to consider the thumbnail, and I want to be well rested in my mind. And besides, each time I talk about a script, the Bhagavad Gita, I'm going to read the entire chapter, and I don't just read. All right, I actually will read and interpret and talk and teach and what they call it, not compare, but address certain aspects that translate into Old Testament, um, I guess, scriptures. That's what proper way of putting it. I like to find or pick out the correlation between the Bhagavad Gita and philosophy and Bible, because now I've read the entire Bhagavad Gita. I was so caught up in it. I read the entire scripture of the book, and not found anything that caused me to feel um, like off balance, or that it's not right. It's very superior in terms of like, especially like spirituality. In fact, it more lends or dedicates itself to to especially Holy Bible scriptures, especially, but in a lot of ways, as do Egyptian scriptures at various times. When I'm hearing people read um, and read from, I'm not sure like what it's called, but like different, I guess, like pamphlets or when it's interpreted, as they say, it sounds very like there are phrases that it's like like the Almighty and things like that. Like just the way that a deity speaks. But then you might think, well, it's easy, to catch on if one is like, how many ways will one say that they are a champion or that they are a god or that they are the source and they are the Almighty, they're this is cider. But it's very specific. I'm gonna be honest with you, it is very specific and it's very interesting, fascinating, when but I can understand the correlation because when Moses actually is, he even thinks he's Egyptian when he's there. He's not even, he don't even think of himself as Hebrew. He thinks of himself an Egyptian. When he finds God, he is dressed down and, as a prince. In fact, he's a prince, with princely duties. He left from being a prince, discovering who he was, because it was a princess who pulled him out of the Nile, gave him a name, and then he was reared and raised as a prince, doing, as a son, doing the works of uh, of society in Egypt, and then found God waiting to talk to him, in the land of Egypt. So that doesn't throw me off to imagine that there is influence of, like where the information or scriptures to the consciousness of humanity to evolve throughout the holy scripts of the world into, um, again, lending itself, contribution to the Bible. Um, yeah. So for the Egypt, the Bhagavad Gita, I don't believe that. I don't like to say, oh, that they stole this or that this stole this. No, I think of it more like elevation, like evolving and elevation. I would say lent, evolved, transcend into consciousness to where the collective consciousness is forming the consciousness of and then all of the sneakiness, like the dogmas and essays, even get put under a microscope, and naturally we're looking at them and like, ooh, what is this? Ooh, that's faulty. That's not, that doesn't sound like God's. you know, okay, this one, oh, this I resonate. Ah, this one's good. So like we are at that place where we are understanding it, like on a conscious level, what it truly means to be tapped in. And some people call this the Christ consciousness. hmm this is what we are meant to achieve. We're meant to, now that's not to mean we're walking around, like, everybody's a priest now, but it just means that just like like a higher conscientious mindset of like dealing with like wrong actions, right actions. hmm That's all. There's more conscious, deeper understanding of the mind and the information that travels through our mind and collectively. I might add that. So that's where we're at. Yeah, but yeah, it's going to get better. I think the more and more, and the Oh no, no. I was going to give that away. Mm-mm. I'm going to talk about uh no, because I don't even want to mention it because that kind of spoils the surprise. Yeah, I've got some surprises for you all. I'm excited about it. Hmm. What do I feel like I want to like already start the journey towards like I know I picked out already some pretty awesome. Or did I? No, no, no. I haven't started. I don't think I have. Picking out like some Krishna images. I don't think I have. Mm-mm. No, I haven't. But I will. I promise you. I'll get back to it. I will do it. Like in the Bhagavad Gita, I will. It will play out in the right way. It will. Mhm. And now I'm also reading the entire book, obviously, if I'm reading chapter by chapter, but I said that I wanted to start the journey of reading the scriptures one chapter at a time. But as I move into memberships very soon, I'm going to be very specific and strategic of topics and do teachings for the memberships. So there'll be a lot of information and activities in memberships, by the way, because mapping out or carving out this space where my books will be provided and share with you all that is related to the subjects that I have an affinity for, like the Bhagavad Gita one, the Bible, um, things that happen, go on, things like that, which I probably will more or less connect with it in certain maybe aspects of teachings. Yeah. Anyway, what I'm saying is books are coming. And there is an amazing application for a very interactive ebook uh, software I will be utilizing as well. Um, mhm. That this one is more 2025, some point in 2025. I'll be doing that. But I also so I have the ebook is very highly interactive, the one that I'm talking about, and I've shared, with people like which one it is. It's amazing. I love that software. I want to do my ebook in that with using that particular software because it's interactive in such a way that I can add links and video. So yeah, and then I will also have like I guess the hard and soft cover back books. So the physical book forms of certain information, I will provide that as well. But it's either or. So either I think at the moment I have the information and I'm always writing anyway. So it's not a matter of providing that, but I wanted to introduce that with members. And by that time, yeah, I will definitely be monetized on some capacity. And whichever capacity form that's going to be, um, like I was YouTube and TikTok are very close to being monetized. So like monetized shortly, to be exact. Yeah, it'll work. It'll come together. Mm. Don't worry. Hmm. Hmm. And so the these, what do you call it, the psychic predictions that are made here, or the psychic predictions, um, psychic prophecies, if you will, they are, they're here, they're gonna, they're, of course, they're recorded, so you get the chance to hear or check up on or visit at the times I'm releasing this information in real time, as I progress and go forward, to share, to read into the Bhagavad Gita. So, and it's so funny that some youth from India are coming in and dropping in, and to wanting to talk about, like, hey, what about the Bhagavad Gita? That's how you started out, right? Because I have been receiving us, Krishna has been with me. He's been with me. I've been walking with him, and that's Lord Sri Krishna. And yeah, he's already been, debriefing, debriefing. He's already talking with me about preparing the next streams, live streams. So yes, I'm with you. I hear you loud and clear. Don't worry, I've got you. Okay, so I'm a quarter in. They might just, I mean, they can be pretty busy most of the day. They might just let me have my wrap up my last little final hour. They might. Yeah, I'm looking towards, getting back to the Bhagavad Gita, all seriousness. And yeah, so all those, who are following from India, please be ready, because this is a long live. And yes, I know you all will go back and watch the replay, or the recorded version. And it'll always will be up there for you, of course. Um, and I hope that I can offer much, much more than just, going live in the reading of the Bhagavad Gita. Although I try to make it as engaging as I can. There's a lot of teaching from that holy text, the Psalm of God. And I do want to write. Yeah, I definitely want to do Bhagavad Gita ebook interact, but the software I'm going to use is going to be interactive with me discussing the book, and of course, you'll be able to follow along, and you'll have the visuals, and because it's not only reading the book but also link and things like that, and videos engrafted and imageries. By the way, the images that I have an abundance of access to images that tell stories. So yeah, it's going to be high quality, and you know what that means. A drop in a bucket in price, because yeah, you know that it's mine and I'll have it forever. And yes, only thing is the like, whenever ebook is the best direction for me, but if I'm thinking hardcover, softcover, that then is something else. But as I think it works, let me see, does it work? Oh yeah, so the way that I wanted to do hardcover, soft cover books, it works best for more like with clients, or with clients in combination to the books. Because to be honest, the way that all of the what I'm putting into the book is more of a cost than just simply just doing a video and letting you watch the video, for a price. So, but when we think in terms of, well, I'm not just an ordinary author who needs to write and sell this book. I'm actually a practitioner. I also provide a service, and not like, well, you provide a service and you got a book deal. It's more like I provide a service and also with that the book, and then it covers it all. Everything gets covered and then some, and then profits are made. So, and you're getting more value because you're not just getting a service, but you're also getting access to like books and things like that. And not only that, but also you're getting access to information that is priceless because it changes your entire life forever. And it's information that you have forever. So that's why for me, it's as we say, um, cost. Like the cost is, for me to create hardback, softcover books as opposed to just do an ebook. But doing an ebook is going to be amazing. Part of the masterful plan. Definitely working with this different. We're working with the Bhagavad Gita, but also different subjects, incorporating those subjects into book form. Oh yeah, there's so much information that I've not shared with you all yet. Like this is just information that I'm going over that I get every single day. Like I get psychic predictions about the world and all that, and I share that with you, predictions and all that, psychic prophecies. But like there's information that I'm going to be working with to share with you all that I haven't even touched on it. I haven't even mentioned it. That is very metaphysical, and that's going to be strictly for members. So it's like as people discovering as they become members and having access to these things. I think this is going to be my final call for the day. Mhm. Welcome. It's a pleasure. I'm Psychic Donald. Okay. Yeah, that's somebody who has no thoughts in mind of connecting with a psychic or needs to be on a dating app. hmm So, what time is it? Yes, it's getting closer to that time. We're making good for time. Yeah. So, what was I? Oh, yeah. Actually, yeah. Uh, well, obviously, yes, I'm going to be putting together books, obviously, an ebook. It'll be ebook and physical hardcover book, and it's going to come through me through YouTube. Yep. Well, because this is my YouTube channel, so yeah, it'll be shared with you or provided to you through YouTube, through members, like from through the member area. Or maybe like member area. I'm thinking more member area. Like there's a part of me that says you mean subscriber area, like maybe through subscription. But I don't think you all have subscription. Membership is a subscription. So subscribers, right? Um, I'm not guaranteeing it's for subscribers. It's more like for members. Because it's like the additional value of what the members are going to be getting because of their monthly subscription. And there will be like, I already know there's not necessarily like class tiers, but some of it, depending on like what you like, there will be more like sophisticated live streams um, that a person might want to undergo, like live memberships that's for secrets. You know what I mean? Like intellectual secrets. So, yeah. So, getting into those conversations is going to more lend us to where because I want to, my goal is to eliminate the class aspect of spirituality, meaning everybody has an opportunity and the ability to talk with me, interact with me, and to access the information that I have. Um, and then, one second, this person I think needs to contact a dating app. One second. Welcome, I'm Psychic Donald. Okay. Okay. Well, let's take a look and see what we gather here and just see what comes through. Is okay. Do you have a question in mind? Mm-hmm. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. All right. Understood. Mm-hmm. Okay. Got it. All right. Right. You just want to know some things. Got it. Well, let's take a look and see what the reading comes through. So, right. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. Absolutely. So, one thing I can pick up on is that this seems to be about, like you have a lot to do with commitment. Like there's commitment around you. There's something you're committing to. You're about commitments. You want to hold on to your commitments. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, one thing. Right. Well, what I can say is this. I get the sense that you are actually aligning with commitment. I believe that you have a commitment to yourself. You've got a commitment to your family. That's what I'm picking up on. And yes, you're going. Well, it's about your commitment and your compatibility, your connection to family. That's what I'm looking at. The guides here are letting you know that you have some challenges ahead of you, but it seems to me that it's meant for family members to help you through those challenges, is what I can see. Right, gosh. Mm. I mean, I know it's supposed to be a test reading, but it's just no fun for I just don't like I mean, I don't like jokes. I mean, I don't like to. I don't like to play in psychic readings. I don't really like to play much. So, anyways, I'm not even going to tell you what was that all about. What was the test? So, anyway. Anyways, so they said that they got a magazine, I guess, with me in it, and they're saying from the Sun, they're like, they read the Sun, my magazine, and the things that they read, it's like, I'm not the, and none of the thing that they're reading is coming true. Like, okay, I will read for you, but I have nothing to do with the magazine. I don't even know what magazine. They don't even send me the magazine. I'm not doing a magazine. I'm doing books. I'm talking about a book writing. Oh. So the writing, the writing of the book is, I'm definitely not wanting to do like it's not a magazine. I'm talking about an actual book. They're like, the magazine is called The Sun, and in The Sun, the information, I guess they're reading the horoscope, and they're like, the horoscopes are wrong, and I guess wanted to call in and do a reading and things like that, and magazine, and get into magazines and things like that. But mine is going to be specifically dedicated to members. So most likely it won't, it won't have, I mean, yeah, the information that I'm intending to create, or the books, excuse me, that and content I'm specifically referring to or anticipating creating will not be, even its title won't be all over the place. It won't even be, I won't even have it on Amazon. No, it's not going to be, I mean, I could put it in this, though I could put it in the stores all throughout the world. I could. I don't know if I will or not. I could put it in Barnes and Nobles. I could put it anywhere I want. I'm not sure if I want to though. Not sure. I don't know. I have to think about it. Um, but definitely it's going to be in my membership. Firstly, most importantly, that's where I want it. Maybe a book will go those channels. Maybe a book, or maybe a book or two, but particularly I'm very, very interested in creating, like, reading content for my channel. I knew that was a test read. They always give me the test read at the end, and like, I'm just not very humorous. I take my readings too seriously. But yeah, so the books are going to be, it's definitely going to be accessible. And it's not like, oh, accessible for the few. No, it's just that I'm not going to have it on Amazon. I'm not going to put it in Barnes and Noble, which I can. I know exactly where to go to put it in on all the bookstores. Have an ISBN number all over the world. I could do all that. But I'm not going to. I decided that I want it only for members. So, these particular books. So, um, mm-hmm, yeah. Um, yeah, the ebook is going to be amazing. Oh my God. It's through Flipbook, if you want to know. Flipbook.com. If you are an author, if you like check when think about ebook, if I do ebook telling you what, I mean, it's a pretty penny, but it's interactive in every way your mind can uh, conceive. So I love the idea, and I think it'll be fascinating journey to do an ebook through flipping book, excuse me, flipping book, plural, flipping book, very like an adjective, like a very, excuse me, verb, very active. Hold on, is it called flipping? Yeah, flipping book is the correct verb. Yeah, very active name because it flips. It has, it's gonna be. I know it's gonna be user friendly. Even the creating the ebook is user friendly. Mm. So yeah, I I like the new direction that the channel is beginning to take. It's moving. It seems to be moving honestly in the direction of like like the hours. I'm racking up hours. Like every time I look, like it's like it's the blue line is starting to look pretty solid. I mean, still some ways to go, but it's looking good. I just need to keep it up. And I'm almost to I looked today, I had forgotten. I was like, oh, I'm almost to 100 videos. I almost have 100 videos. Wow. So my first 100 videos is almost here. Right now I've got 77. So this will make like 78 videos, I think. I'm like, wow, I'm getting, I'm getting a little bit better at following. Yeah, I have 77 videos. So this would make the 78th video, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. Oh no, hold on. I have 78 videos. Oh my, I take it back. I already have 78 video. Okay, so this is my 79th video. So pardon me. Pardon me. I've got 79 videos. Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. So I'll have 80 videos in no time. And my blue line is looking pretty nice. Got a nice little solid blue line. Um, whoa. So let's see. Uh, Let me check on something very quickly. Okay, where are we at? Uh, yeah. Okay, I gotta let it do its thing. All right, I'm back. All right, undivided attention for the remainder of, oh, gosh, 22 minutes. Okay, so yeah, I am going to become very much, I guess, into creating that space of where like providing long. I also want to create long form content available with the membership, I believe. Yeah, members only section. That's where you're gonna say the higher spiritual educational projects are going to be held, like, or there'll be access. Let's see. What do they want? Welcome. It's a pleasure. I'm Psychic Donald. That'll be fine. Okay. Welcome. It's a pleasure. A pleasure. I'm Psychic Donald. And how will we like to begin our reading? Oh, welcome. Okay. Well, let's figure it out. We'll figure it out. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. I would do an introspective, like what's going on the inside, because they're going to tell us if anything has changed with him, like in the way that he feels, because we know that original readings was, he's not going to let anything interfere, and that was like next to a promise. But let's ask him again. Does he feel the same way today? They say that right now things are picking up, things are a little faster. Oh, I get it now. I know what's going on. Okay. Uh, his career is so this is an autonomy independent type. People are seeking for themselves this, but that's neither here nor there. That's universally, but there's another thing also that's going to contribute. I mean, a lot of chaos, and it could be problematic for you in your experience with him if he's not. He has. He needs to be. I don't know how urgent. Like this is urgent. When I say this, I wish that he could hear these words from the guides, that he needs to make it extremely abundantly clear that whatever you're getting ready to see, because his world is going to take off. Because the closer we get to the end of the year, entering into 2025, his social ability is going to enhance. Now he's already has. I know he's not a Leo, but he's for some reason has a strong fifth house going on. His fifth house, wherever it is, arrangements allows him to step into the persona energetically of a Leo. And he is going to attract all of the. I mean, people are going to go crazy over this guy. You know what I mean? You know, like when you like crazy over of an influential person, right? Influencer, I guess. Oh yeah. And knowing this, if like him were to know that, like, yeah, that's great for his, by the way, uh, his career, right? But it can impact, and it's going to have some kind of the effects on his personal life, because it's the year of partnerships. And so he's got all of these partnerships, relationships, although they are what they call it, they're virtual, but on the social media, etc. But also that blend where you're seeing all this as his intimate partner, it's going to be confused. It could be confusing. It could be confusing because it's like, is he going to lose his mind? That's the question. Is he going to lose his mind in the midst of all of this? Because all the success happening at once. But you know what he does? They say that he keeps the eye on the prize. He keeps his eye on the prize. He knows it's for his career stuff only. He's like his wish and dream is coming true. But you know what? He has a they say love and hate relationship of his career. He says the downside is, yeah, it makes it very difficult to manage my true intimate relationships. It puts a strain on it. He says he doesn't like the idea of, because of the nature of what he does, creates this sort of on and off again vibe between he and you. By the way, you still come through as his other half. He still considers you to be the important, the the one that he's with. He is not doubting that. There's no doubt. Okay, I know this is. Yeah, I hope they're not throwing this around too much, but I'm gonna have to say it. He sees you at like you are a twin flame to him. You are like there's or you are soulmate where he can be one with you as a twin flame. I mean, I get the sense he's saying that you are very important to him. You're very important to him. Very like the kind like importance how like in what way like I don't want anybody, I don't want to let anything come in between us, but that's what I don't like about my career. But any relationship I'm in, this like but especially other relationships, I would probably wouldn't have a relationship if with the understanding you have with me has allowed me to have the relationship that I've got, and I know it's pressure on you. I know he knows, is what he says. He says that he wants to mature the relationship with you, and okay, now it's going to get into some touchy parts. It talks about, well, what about work related or affairs that happen through work? Because this is his work, but this also is a space where things happen. And he says, like, so far as like, there are some unspoken social norms and things that he does that makes it a little bit risque. And sometimes to even look at, like, it's just the nature and the way he's moving. It looks kind of shifty and snaky and secrecy and right. Okay. And he says, like, he says, that is that's like, that comes with what he's doing, I guess, with the work. It's like it's kind of this is what's expected of him, and but he sees it as a job. But with minus, but when he rebounds, he says, "Okay, he's gonna does he rebound to you clean or is he coming dirty?" Let's see. They say shadow work. He says, I do deep work and I heal from it. I no, he's coming back to you clean. He comes back to you clean. He goes and he does the whole, like he, what they call it, the lady, she may, hold his arm, grab his arm, and he open the door for, he may do the whole, the like he's a influencer, and be getting bigger, and they're fawning over him, and he's very, gentleman and pleasing on the eye and all that. He's going out of his way and maybe even overexerting charm, right? And he's doing it and he knows he's doing it. He's like, I'm doing, this is what is required of my job. But at the end of it, he does what he calls self-inventory and says, you know what? Now it's time to heal. Now I go to the part that what makes me love about my career. I have a loving relationship. So there's the love of the fact that the love of his career. Okay, that the part I just described earlier is what he hates about it because it interferes with the love, like his love experience of loving someone, like in real life. But then the love of his career is, well, this is what I've always wanted to do. This is my wish dream come true. And also, I love having a relationship with you. And so that's where he likes to heal with you. You help him to heal that part of him that says, but the career is not worth it sometimes. But you like say, oh, now the career is worth it because I'm fulfilled in my life. I have a genuine love connection because he knows that these connections are pleasing aesthetically for the eyes and senses, right? The senses, they say, right? Sensitivity to it, but it does nothing for real life. It's like it's as hollow as an empty pit. He knows that there's no love real there. It's only what he is. What he symbolizes. And right, so he knows that he has a real deal. Like the healing force that love supports comes. Now he knows like something that's whether that guy knows or no. That's another question. He knows that you are the healing source. That the love emanating that he's feeling is coming from which lady, you, and that although he's surrounded by many appealing to the eye, people that is part of a project. This is the machine. He's part of the machine, and he's enjoying it. this this is the, some a part of the prize. It's part of the prize. He enjoys, he does enjoy, of course, knowing that he's doing the job correctly. He doesn't enjoy. He's saying, yeah, I'm doing the job right. I must be doing the job right. He does get a kick out of that. That is very true. Now, this is his emotional side. This means that this is how he feels and thinks about things. This is how he's come to process it all. Oh, and the next part that they say is teamwork. He likes the fact that he and you are, he likes the idea that he and you are on the same page on this, like team, like a partner. I would say that he's like, well, how did he view me? That's a great question. That he sees you as a great partner, like team, like you're both part of the team, partnership. There's companionship, and then there's partner. Not the same, right? You'd be a great companion. You could be a terrible partner. You'd be a wonderful partner, and not so good at companionship. So he partnership. He says you're fantastic. Like you're his one, right? And then so you're the reason why. Like you say, but anybody else he's interested in, or anybody else who's close or who's interested in him, this dynamic between he and you, first of all, everything how he feels about you, what you represent, the healing love and all that, supporting, all of that, and then also the partner blocks him interested from new relationships, anything new or playing the field, to be exactly goes on to say, even committing to emotional relationships. So you say, well, what about emotional? It's getting emotionally tagged up in it. Even so three things that his and your interaction or connection blocks him or protects him from is new relationships, right? New intimate connect relationships happening, playing the field, just going out there and just frolicking, being a man who frolics, and then thirdly and lastly, emotional relationships. He does not establish emotional relationships. Like, well, what's the emotional tie? Like, why is she able to summon him at will? Like, I can't even do that. Like, how is she doing this? No, nothing like that happens for that. Doesn't work for him. So you have all of the parts that he needs for a relationship. All except he needs. I wish he was here. I wish he heard this part. Maybe the spirits will get it to him. His angels will tell it to him in a dream. Like, you really need to be very clear. You know, that she understands you're not out there like that, and that you're, even though you're out there and you're in the middle of it, of all of this chaos, that you're the one that she's on your mind, and that he's not out there with anybody. Hmm. 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 Right. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Right. Hmm. Right. Right. Okay. Okay. Indeed. Hmm. Right. Indeed. Right. Absolutely. The part where I can tell that nothing has gone and nothing has gone on, and that pretty much that connection is intimately and affectionately starved, is malnourished. Ending it with my love. That's somebody that she is like you say, fawning over him. My love meaning, like when the other person is not entreating or paying too much homage to the connection that's clearly there, and before they are exiting, is you end it with my love, like a little extra, a little extra affection onto that love, like like I'm gonna miss you, as you're there, as they're exiting, knowing that, yeah, there's no vibe there. But yeah, it's not a, like you said, you already kind of stated already. Like, I know that there's nothing intimate going on between two of them. It's just an energetic thing that, yes, she is playing in that realm. She's playing in that realm, and like, if he, like anyone, any woman, right? If he bought it, or like become engaging, maybe, who knows, only God knows. But of course, we know that, reading from his side, that's not an option for her. But she's not to put her in a hopeless, situation, like, like where she's seemingly like she's desperate. But it's just that, it just never comes up of anything, and she's very fond of, the time that, that when they can engage or interact and things like that. And I believe that, uh, she's is, like you say, very, sounds like she's very, an aggressive, like, person who is admiring his industry, and puts it out there, and it's, as it comes off as, it adds to his image. But it would be nice if he let you in on this, like, right? That, she, here he has someone who will, for marketing, PR purposes, all in purpose and intent, is, putting this image out there that, look, he's such a great guy, look how relatable he is, he gets along with everybody, he's just so lovable, adorable, and likable, so, but in actuality, behind this, when those who, like, you loving him, and you not understanding, like, is he, like, how he's moving in the context, that there isn't, as you say, like, you could tell when I mentioned that he's got this sort of, this Leo aspect. I mean, in that, like, having it so apparent that there is meet this sort of connection. He not, like, draw very clearly a line. It's just a line that he does not investigate, so far as, like, turn it into something, anything more than that, taking advantage even of the openness, the open connection there. um you know as opposed to, like, of course, any woman is going to ask, so how's your dating life, who's not, what opposite sex is not going to ask, so how's your partner? Like, because especially if I've been digging you this whole time, and we've been meeting up, and I've been letting you been meeting up with you, I'm gonna ask you, like, so how's your love? Especially if I'm charming on you, right? And trying to get you to open up. So, not he's running by her like, yeah, my lady, yeah, she's good, we're good, and then, I know that he's, but I don't think he likes to put that out there, like, look, you see this ring on my finger, like, stay away, like, as it's a cross, yeah, you all can't get this, I know he doesn't, because he's like, no, I know that there's a element of fantasy, that, yeah, like, I'm this guy, approachable and likable, and, people become acquainted with. I'm so personal that people can literally, it makes people feel like, yeah, like, well, I know him. Like, you can sit down with him and actually have a lunch with him. He's actually kind. He doesn't make any moves on you, and nothing. I feel so comfortable, relaxed around him. It makes me feel so good. So, I mean, again, it'd be nice if he, like, let you know in on it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm, mm, right. Right. Mm, right. Right. Hmm. Right. Absolutely. So we looked at what's going on the inside. So we know how he feels on the inside. Let's look at what's going on outside with himself. And these are readings I can answer very quickly. I can answer very quickly. One sentence. Now, according to the way he moves, there's a lot of opinion and gossip. Oh, there it is. There's a lot of opinion and gossip, but actually, he has very self care. He is very loyal, very dedicated to unions, to one-on-one partnership. I believe he's one. I believe 1,000% now that he's faithful. Cheating on you, lusting out of lust, not in this lifetime, not at this time in his life. A breakthrough. The breakthrough is that it's an imperfect situation, but it perfectly works. And the block okay, so the block as like chasing after somebody, chasing after her or being chased, the woman, what about the woman chasing him? Well, that's not, well, the part of the plan is that it's a lost cause, kind of like he surrendered already to this compromise he has with you. In other words, future wise, between the two of them is a bit of a false hope. He doesn't lose identity. He doesn't lose who he is. There's no karmic even bound. It's not even bound by karmic experience. Like she's not a karmic soulmate. Doesn't happen. Soulmate, soul connection with you, yes, does. Marriage, again, the marriage spiritually. There's both of you. There's one goal. That's you to be together. There's more than one goal. You have your idea of how it can work. He has his idea. You both get together, and he's always at the crossroads meeting he and you, and he has a gift. He's always giving himself to you. That's the gift. His loyalty, his devotion, not cheating on you. That's the gift at the crossroads. Whew, all of that. As crazy as that sounds, this is the confirmation that he and you will share long term. Absolutely. To as we progress into December, I know he and you are getting ready for a long commitment companionship journey, by the way, at the end of December. The story romantic is going to become a saga between he and you. A lot of good things, information coming through regarding his and your relationship. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Understood. Understood. She will eventually, what's going to end up happening is in the new year. I know it's going to be in the new year. Where she will, right now, she's going to be a bit obsessive because she can feel the energy of the new year and he's around. So she's associating it to him. But he'll be congratulating her on her relationship, having secured her relationship. Mhm. Yes, and you'll be saying bye. That's right. Hmm. Hmm. Sure. Hmm. Yes. Uh-huh. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Right. Right. Autonomy, independent. That's this year. That's right. That's a symbol of 2024. Your resources mean you're supposed to launch a business. We got to get that in our mind. Is this what business you want to launch? I think you should go forward and do exactly what your calling is about setting up a healing center for young people, and go ahead and take charge of it. Own it. It's gonna, it's gonna work. Oh, by the way, all the red tape, all that's gonna be out of your way. This is, by the way, the new year is year of money, 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 money. You There's no red tape. In other words, take advantage of this. The spirit of rich and wealth just leaped into my body. There's like, take advantage of this. I'm watching my tone volume. I'm so excited about it. My skin is crawling to the top of my skull. I'm letting you know, take advantage of this time of wealth and riches and access and resource coming out of 2024 into 2025, where they're going to literally say, you want to do this? Yes, let's do this. Like no red tape. You're gonna be like, all of a sudden, like, usually where there would be doors are closed, oh no, you got to do this, you got to jump through hurdles and hoops. You're gonna say, oh my gosh, they're like letting me do this, and it was so easy, no time at all. They didn't even give me any hassle. That's the way it's gonna feel. It's gonna feel like that, because usually this, what you're talking about, you're like anticipating, wow, yeah, next 7 years, next 5 years, next 3 years, maybe I'll be able to do it. No, you're gonna find that you're able to do it far less time. Mm, okay. Mm, mm, mm. Right. Okay. Mm, mm, mm. Okay. I hope that you do it there. Hope you build your vision there. Hmm. Like you said, like, you're gonna have the resources. I know it's a trip to have to, like, literally, to go, had to go through the airport and go through customs. But you go through, but you get there though. You're gonna have the resources to get there. You get there. Hmm. You will. To Texas, but then you come back to your vision and your dream. You live in your dream. Hmm. Openly. Right. Mm. Right. Hmm. Right. Exactly. Right. And in the midst of that his dream, right, and what he thinks is not overshadowing yours or changing the directions and the scenic view of your vision. Right. He's up there disrupting your scenic view, standing in front of yours. You can't enjoy the sights because he's in the way, or or he's overcasting over you, his shadow, while you're trying to enjoy all of nature and the lights and the sun, and he's blocking it. So that's why I like the idea of you creating your vision there, and then you said making these arrangements with him, for him to be more proper with you, which he will be, by the way. I foresee that you pushing for that, and he's like, okay, he's agreeable. Hmm. You're right, with the kids to come there, as you say, spending the summers with you, have more time with you, and in that context, absolutely. But as you also have your vision, yes. Hmm. Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. Oh, you know. Oh, by the way, it's because it's your life purpose. You know, you won't get tired of it. You'll have to literally pull yourself away from it because you'll be obsessed. You're like, oh my gosh, why do I have to literally pull myself away from it? You won't get tired. You'll always have energy to do it, and you will complete it. Like, will I commit to it? You will commit to it. Things that normally you would say I do part of it, but I find myself getting all the way through it. No, this time you will, because it's what you finally get to do what you were meant to do. It's difficult to do the things that you just need to do it because you got to survive. Now you're doing something that you actually would want to do, and that's why you're not going to get tired of it, and you're going to always complete it on time. I mean, in your own way. Yes. Mm-hmm. It's your life path. Your mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. See? Yes. Yes. Beautiful. Right. And you two could see eye to eye and walk together as twin flame in that way. Mm-hmm. That sounds so beautiful. Mm-hmm. Right? Yes. That's right. That's not what you manifested. Right. That's right. Mhm. I understand. Well, I'm always here. You know, if you check, I'm here every single day anyway. And if you need to call, you just come on in. I remember all of your energy. I remember that's the gift, a true gift to remember every single reading. So I remember you. That's the real gift. You are a gift for me to remember. That's right. Many blessings and our loved ones. Oh, and let's land our plane and get out of here before they call me again. You ain't gonna get me, cause I'm logging out right now. Boom. And I'm up. Do I unplug? No, no, don't unplug. Oh man, something scary happened. So I was lying down, and I had unplugged the phone, out of uh, I guess like just nature, or I just did it, and I was lying there, and I just psychically I heard the phone ring, and I got up, I came in, I was like, oh, it was like 4 minutes till for me to like, or 6 minutes, 7 minutes till for me to be logged in. I looked, I like the phone didn't ring because the phone system they also give me like it's like they ring you up and like let you know, yeah, you're gonna be coming on and working in the next 7 minutes. You want to log in now? So, even though my cell phone actually has an alarm on it as well, and I was always in my brain, I'm like, is my phone gonna if it rings or alarm goes off, will I remember that? Yeah, it's going off for a reason, not like, huh? Yeah, like log it out. So, anyways, oh my gosh, I'm shaking. That's a horror, the horror of it. So, anyways, I cleared my schedule. It's cleared today for the next few hours, and I will be back on. I talked about the whole conversation, the live stream earlier. That's like in the first like few hours. So if you want to watch it and what was said and listen to the prophecy, psychic prophecies, that is. Yep, that's much earlier, and I covered so much. And yes, we're doing a bit of a series. And if I might go live, if because I don't know if I will. If I go live this evening. It would be between like it'd be 6 and 9 o'clock sometime. And but it'll be like a regular live. It won't be if you're following this conversation that I'm having, that's gonna be like tomorrow morning. All right, well, I'm going to go off and see what I want to do for the next few hours.